Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people, and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, colleagues, we will start with the first nominee, Honourable Alexander Kwesiakwa. Kindly bring in the nominee. Kindly administer the oath to the nominee.
I, Alexander Akwesi Aqua,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable Alexander Akwesiakwa. I'm hearing about the Alexander for the first time. Kwesiakwa is what has been known widely till you brought your CV here. On behalf of the committee, I congratulate you on your nomination as a Deputy Minister for Health. You're a member of Parliament, so we don't have a problem with your qualification to be a Deputy Minister. However, we want to ask you questions relating to how useful you will be to your minister. So start by telling us a little more about yourself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Alexander Akwesi Aqua. I'm from Achimoda in the Eastern region. Born to an old soldier, Mr. P.K. Aqua, Paul Kojo Aqua, and a mother, Cecilia Brakwa. I'm married to Henrietta, who sits right behind me to give me moral support. I started my...
So the person right behind you is a man.
Well, I'm sure that beautiful woman, as seen on the screens now, will tell you that I'm married to a very beautiful Henrietta. I started my basic education at Providence Preparatory School in Kotobabi, where I sat for the Common Entrance Examination in 1986. Thereon, I proceeded to Oda Secondary School, and I did my O-levels in 1991, went back to Oda Secondary School to do my sixth form, and then afterwards did my national service with Manfe Methodist Primary School in Equiapim North. I developed an interest in journalism whilst in school, and so right after the national service, whilst I was waiting to enter the tertiary, I started a newspaper of my own called The Student's Feeler. It was a newspaper that circulated in almost all the secondary schools in Ghana then. I later on, in the publication of the newspaper, met the late Professor Albert Edubuahin, who was also manufacturing a newspaper. He was in the publication of a newspaper called New Era. Professor Edubuahin invited me to help in the production of the New Era newspaper to support his bid for the 96 elections. Because it did not work, I was encouraged to go to the School of Journalism. After the School of Journalism, I did an internship with Public Agenda newspaper under the tutelage of Dr. Yao Graham. Right after Public Agenda, I had an opportunity to work with Peace FM, which had just been set up. So I am on record as the first news editor of Peace FM. I was a producer of Kwame Sefakai's Kokoko. I did that before I became the presidential correspondent for Peace FM at the Office of the President. Later on, I got appointment with the National Health Insurance as a media relations manager. I did that until I left health insurance to establish a few hospitals with the experience I had gathered with health insurance. So I've been in hospital business until I contested for the Achimota seat in 2020. Became a member of parliament for Achimota, served on 3 committees: the Committee on Health, a Committee on Government Assurance, and I became the Vice Chair of the Trade and Industry Committee. Until recently that I got appointed by the President, His Excellency, as the Deputy Minister for Health. Mr. Chairman, at this juncture, I want to crave your indulgence to say a very big thank you to His Excellency the President for
Don't worry.
giving...
We may not pass you. So when we pass you and you swear him, he swears you in, then we thank him.
I am just grateful to him for considering Achimota and looking at the cluster of people behind me, chiefs, the clergy, everybody from Achimota is happy. And it shows their deep appreciation for the honor done
has
us.
truly benefited from MPP. It's not like Bekwai. So don't make us envious, okay? Very well. Let me start by asking you, what do you mean by hospital business? You say you are in the hospital business. What is that?
Mr. Chair, when I worked with health insurance, I had often had the opportunity to join the monitoring team to a lot of private facilities and government facilities. And so, as somebody who has a lot of entrepreneurial interest, I realized that hospital business, running a hospital, is just the mobilization of resources, health personnel, machinery, premises, going through the various regulatory regimes, and then you have a hospital to operate. As an entrepreneur, I saw that it was going to be beneficial for some of us to take advantage of the opportunity given by the government in introducing health insurance. I have always seen health insurance to be the biggest payer system in our healthcare. And so some of us took advantage of that opportunity and established a hospital. And so far, it's been the kind of business that I've been running.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to do a follow-up from Mr. Chairman's question. From your narrative, it means that you are a very active player in the health sector.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Don't you think that you'll be conflicted when it comes to taking a decision with regards to private health facilities in this country?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think, on the contrary, my experience with private healthcare, my experience in the hospital business has given me enough to help my minister as I go in there as a deputy minister to support his effort and the government policy, government drive to encourage private participation in healthcare delivery. Currently, when I became a member of parliament, I divorced my relationship with my various facilities, put in place a very, very strategic structure that had overseen the operations of the hospital till now. I think that my experience with the healthcare will rather come in to support what we are doing in government.
Okay, so I was going to ask you what specifically you do in the hospital management, but you've explained that you've divorced your relationship. So what are you? After the divorce, are you chairman, or do you have any role in the management?
So, Chairman, not an active role, but once I have my investment in there, I have an eye on their operations.
Very well. So tell us, how difficult is it to run a private hospital?
So, Chairman, it's not too difficult and it's not too easy because the initial capital outlay is so much. I was very lucky to have a regime that made it easier for some of us to contract loans. And so one hospital after the other were able to break even in 6-7 years. And then it became easier for the banks to have confidence in what we're running. And so they came after us to be setting up some of these facilities in other places.
So in all, how many private facilities do you have?
So, Chairman, so far we've done 5 hospitals and 4 mortuaries.
They are all in urban areas, I suppose.
It depends on what Mr. Chairman deems as urban. We have one in Achimota, we have one in Kukwentumi, we have one in the densely populated Ashaiman, and then we have Ashoman. And then we are operating one in Carnation, which is a concept that if you give me the nod, I will partner my minister, I will advise strongly my minister for us to look at it, to have clinics in various markets. Because a lot of people normally will not want to take seriously their health. But if you have a facility within the market, it becomes easier for them to check on their health randomly. And so, together with the Ministry of Local Government, it becomes something that we have to push so hard to bring healthcare to the doorstep of our people.
Why are you not interested in putting one at, so far, Osunase, oh no, Osunase is even a little too urban. No, where the beautiful chop bar is, on the Odan Road. Yeah. Oh. Why are you not interested in putting one there?
Chairman, to set up a hospital, there are a lot of things you want to look at. Availability of land, the fact that you do not go to adapt to existing facilities there to create unhealthy competition. You want to have facilities sited and situated in places where it could be very beneficial. I remember that when I had an opportunity to do the second one in Eastern Region, I got invited to Kukwentumi, which didn't have a major facility. Kukwentumi is a very, very old town, but it had a very small chip compound, and they depended on the Tafo government hospital. And so we went in to do a 60-bed facility. And I must say, it's serving the people of the Buakwa North and its surrounding so well.
Very well. I'll leave the floor. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you could see that the nominee is an active player in the mortuary and funeral issues, business. And so I'll ask my first question from there. The mortuary and funeral facility workers in this country have been complaining of lack of adequate equipment to do their work and poor remuneration. How would you advise your minister to improve upon this situation?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think that the business of mortuary would need some kind of attention. So, Chairman, when the Minister for Tourism appeared before this August committee, I monitored, And I heard Mr. Chairman asking the minister to consider funeral tourism as a major sector. But, Mr. Chairman, funeral tourism starts with how to keep revered bodies. So it starts with the mortuary industry. A lot of people will be comfortable to have a very good funeral if their relatives are kept so well. But it will be a bit surprising for all of us to know that as of now, there is no school that trains the mortuary man. There's no institution that trains the mortuary man. And so for everybody who calls himself a mortuary person or a mortuary attendant, as being a hands-on, the person would have learned from the job. And so the Mortuaries and Funeral Facilities Agency is an agency under the Ministry of Health. And because I am into the funeral, the mortuary business, I think I've taken some keen interest in their operation. They have not had the kind of attention that they're supposed to have to enable them put in place structures that would ensure that some of these things are addressed. We have often mortuary workers going on strike, and anytime they had raised their voices, everybody panics because you may not consider them to be very serious workers, but at the end of the day, when you end it all, you would need a very competent mortuary man to keep you until the day your family wants to come and give you the final rest. So when this August committee gives me the nod, I would take a particular interest in that agency, and with the support of my minister, would ensure that this agency gets the needed support and attention to do what they are set out to do.
Yeah. In the 2024 budget, specifically page 232, the provision made for health infrastructure is around 50 million Ghana cedis. We have a number of, abandoned health facilities. Some of them, this government inherited about 7 years ago. The Garu Hospital, the Ashanti Regional Hospital, the Sewua one, the Afari Hospital, Shama District, and I'm just coming from Shama yesterday, and then the Garu and all that. How, within these 10 months, how are you going to assist your minister to complete these numerous abandoned health facilities within the next 10 months?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think we have to be certain with ourselves. If really the figure the honorable member quoted is anything to go by, 50 million.
You're a member of the committee, you're a member of the head committee, and you know.
At this point, I'm here as a nominee, Mr. Chairman. And so 50 million obviously is woefully inadequate to complete all these projects. But I know that some of these projects have been contracted with external funding. And so it's about tackling those that are so closer to completion so the people can have access to those facilities. You cannot do it all, but it's important that we look at those ones that are near completion so that we can finish them.
During the last appearance of the College of Physicians and Surgeons, you recall that they made a strong point that the government is owing them 19 million Ghana cedis, without which they cannot be in operation beyond March. What are you going to do to assist your minister to make sure this amount is paid for such a sensitive institution to be in active operation?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, these organizations, these entities, perhaps have not received the much needed attention. If we look at the Ministry of Health, it's one ministry that has a lot of agencies. And so some of us, once the honorable member is bringing this to attention, when you give me the nod, we would get some of these issues to the front burner. Once my minister is aware of these things, some of us will definitely have some of these shadows to ensure that their needs are catered for. You also want to find out why do they have such monies in accruals, and whatever made them got there, you want to reverse it. Thank you very much.
You're done. Very well. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable AAA, who is not a musician, Alexander Akwesi Akwa. Akwesi, congratulations.
Thank you, madam.
Akwesi, from the conferences attended, I could see annual meeting of American Society of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene. Akwesi, I'm very much interested in tropical medicine conference or meeting having in the United States of America. At that meeting, could you share a few things you learned and the perception that we down here think that when you talk of tropical medicine, the way most people condemn that, could you throw some light on the ideas you shared when you went to Chicago? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I had the opportunity to attend this conference on the ticket of the Health Committee. We accompanied the Malaria Elimination Program team for this conference. One of the takeaways at this conference is the fact that climate change has a lot to do with malaria control. And sometimes we sit somewhere, we think that climate change is not an issue that relates to us, especially those of us in this part of the world. But from that meeting, we realized that for us to be able to control malaria so well, we need to take our minds to the issues of climate change to make it easier for us to now study the behavior of the main causative agent of malaria, which is the mosquitoes. Climate change has a lot to do with it, and since I came, I've been doing a lot of reading, because there are areas where you want to do residual spraying, and you want to do that within a context of the climate. But once we have climate change affecting all of us, you have to be particular and perhaps change your schedules. It was one big takeaway for me at the conference.
Thank you very much. Honorable, let's go back to still on your employment records. Community Hospital Group. As a private health investor, how would you wish that the community and all the stakeholders collaborate with healthcare delivery in general and also the private healthcare delivery to achieve the maximum that society expects from healthcare delivery? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm one person who would push the fact that government needs to do more to encourage private participation in healthcare delivery. Elsewhere in other countries, you have the government concentrating on tertiary care, which is high and advance, and it requires a lot of capital to secure that. For primary healthcare, once you have a lot of the private participation, you would have every other person coming on board. Community ownership is part of the private healthcare agenda. And so with my background, with the experience I have, it becomes easier for us to look at policies and to advise my minister on how we can create the enabling environment to get more people investing in private healthcare. So far, so good. I have often said that health insurance has given the ability for a lot of people to come into private healthcare. Thank you very much.
Yeah, very well.
Congratulations, Honorable Akwasiakwa.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Can you tell me only two things that you propose to your minister to do within this 10 months that you are both at the Ministry of Health, if you are given the nod by this committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've already mentioned them, but I'll elaborate on them. The giving of attention to MOFA, that is the Mortuaries and Funeral Facilities Agency. Mr. Chairman, this is an industry, like I said, that must be looked at. It is an area, it's a gray area. And because we don't have this agency operating optimally, you have a lot of people doing them without necessarily going through the right regulatory regimes. If we get MOFA well set up, it is a major source of employment. It will curb a lot of the unhygienic ways bodies are preserved and so forth. And so I will want to plead with my minister to give me an opportunity to give attention to this agency.
You mean you want to invest, you want government to invest more, or you want to encourage more people to invest in mortuaries and funerals?
Mr. Chair, people are already investing in it. There are a lot of mortuaries coming up, private mortuaries coming up. But my concern is that they are not well regulated because MOFA is understaffed. They don't have the right allies to operate and so forth. And so I think that we need some form of attention. And then private healthcare. Private healthcare is a big area. Private healthcare would free government's hand and for government to concentrate on the tertiary care. And so if we are able to put in place the right policies, it becomes easier for people to be attracted into that industry. Thank you very much.
I think it's the newest area for investment for people who are, rather than putting money in a hotel, which if you are lucky, you will get 30% occupancy in the year. This you can get 100% occupancy every year, which is so true. I'll tell you. Yes.
Honorable Akwasiakwa, you've worked at the National Health Insurance Authority before.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
What are some of the things that you think can be done to improve national health insurance delivery in this country?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The health insurance as a policy has actually come to relieve patients from out-of-pocket payments before they get health care. But over the period, we realized that funding has been a major issue. As much as government has tried to ensure that most of the indebtedness are cleared. Healthcare is a daily thing. Almost every day, health insurance incur some level of indebtedness because of the daily attendance. And so we have to look at the funding of health insurance. The premium that we pay forms just about 3% of the total revenue generated. And now health insurance is battling with co-payments. It's a major issue. It's battling with co-payments. And one of the things that must be looked at is the fact that we have to get the providers, based mainly the private ones, to come to terms with the fact that if co-payment is the thing that must be done, we have to come clear and start the conversation, because at the end of the day, everybody relies on health insurance. Mr. Chair, I have seen people driving in Range Rovers. They would come to facilities using health insurance. And after they have been put to bed, they will request for a private ward and pay for it. It means that such a person is benefiting from health insurance, using health insurance to have access to the facility. But when it comes to treatment, because perhaps he's a bourgeois, he will pay to be in a private ward. It means that the confidence in the confidence in health insurance is high. There are people who believe in it, that at any point in time where they have it and they take it to the various hospitals, they will definitely have health care.
So, still with national health insurance, what is your take on capping in respect of national health insurance? Because you see, the amount of money that is capped off national health insurance, if government decaps national health insurance, which is allowable under the laws, because the Minister for Finance, in consultation with the Minister for Health, is enjoined by law to decap any fund that capping becomes irrelevant. What do you think should be done in respect of capping? Thank you.
As a member of the committee, I remember we have had issues with capping of health insurance, because at any point in time that they appeared before the committee, we look at their budgets and the fact that they needed funding to run their programs. But upon my last check, the monies they have received suggest to me that government has stopped capping them.
Well, I would have let you go, but since this is a place of record, you know, before government can even decap national health insurance, government has to come back to Parliament. So when you go, I'll entreat you to look at decapping the National Health Insurance Fund by the Minister of Health in consultation with the Minister for Finance, coming back to the House to make sure that that is done. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Honorable Akwa, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you, my good friend.
I want to find out this issue of dialysis. I want to find out, would you advocate for government funding? And if yes, how?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think that issues of dialysis have come up so strongly, and it's about time we open up a conversation on that. In the past, we may not have given serious attention to this condition, and it would have been a condition that may be treated as for the bourgeois, for the big people. But now it's prevalent. Issues of dialysis everywhere. But it's so difficult to have dialysis operation in some of our smaller facilities. It's a specialized area. Even if you want to acquire the machinery, you need specialized personnel to be able to run it. And so, for a start, government intervention is needed so that as time goes on, we can create the enabling environment to get the private sector involved. So we avoid the crowding in most of the major facilities, because if we have been able to train specialized nurses and it's easier for us to have the machinery, then it becomes easier for people to have access to that service at a cheaper cost.
Well, thank you. I want your take on this. I asked your other colleague the last time she appeared before the committee on Agenda 111. It doesn't fall under the Ministry of Health. It's under the Office of the President. But I want to find out, is it prudent, if you were to advise the government, is it prudent to spread it thin? Agenda 111 was commissioned somewhere in 2021. Not even one has been completed. And yet, we have district hospitals that are nearing completion that if resources had been sent there, they would have been completed by now. Tell me, if you were to advise the minister, to advise the president, is this something that you think we should spread it thin, or we should rather focus and concentrate and complete the existing ones?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there are two critical factors to look out for when you want to look at quality healthcare: accessibility and then affordability. I've just mentioned that health insurance has given us affordability. Now we are supposed to look at accessibility. We reckon from the fact that when COVID struck, we realized that we were lacking in health infrastructure. I mean, people would have to be moved from one district to the other for healthcare, and it's the main brain behind Agenda 111. For a country like ours, it's important people have easy access to healthcare. And yes, it is one of the most bold initiatives any government can put its hands on. We may not have been able to finish all of them, but personally, I take pride in the fact that most of the ones that were earmarked have been started. And it's on record that a few could be completed by the end of this year. And it is better to try and get these facilities started than to say that you are waiting for the economy to get to a point where you want access to healthcare to improve. Yes, the ones that have already been started, which came under different programs, I'm sure because of funding issues, they may be stagnant. This is where I advocate again for a PPP arrangement. There are a lot of people who are looking for avenues to invest. I will want to advise my minister for us to look at the fact that government must start partnering the private sector in establishing some of these facilities. If the private sector can its own establish a whole hospital and treat patients and be under the supervision of regulatory bodies, some of these projects can attract funding from the private sector, and it will be run better. We say the private sector is the engine of growth. It's about time we start introducing the private sector in some of this infrastructure build-up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Chairman. My final question, the ambulance service, it appears the operations are not sustainable. As we speak, I hear about 100 ambulances are broken down. What do you suggest? What advice would you give to government to find sustainable funding solutions to the Ghana ambulance service?
Chair, thank you very much. I'm happy my honorable friend said that it's not sustainable. I have often had this opinion that it's better to give a try to something and see how it works out than to say I'm not doing anything. I think that we need to appreciate what has been done so far, to have a service that you can call a service. I mean, something that you can always rely on in terms of emergency. Every district is supposed to have an ambulance. And these ambulances are vehicles, just like our normal vehicles. If they break down, they need to be repaired. If they are out of use, they need to be replaced. We have to look at the importance of this service and perhaps structure our budget in such a way that we would always give them the ability to acquire more vehicles to augment what is already in the pool. The ambulance service has actually come to fill a void in our healthcare delivery system. Thank you.
Okay. You're done. Yes, leadership.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable, congratulations.
Thank you, Leader.
I noticed some colleagues took interest in your one part of your private business, which is the funeral thing. I'm not even sure why people feel uncomfortable about death or dead people. In fact, I always ask myself why people don't want to walk behind mortuaries or cemeteries at night when you are very sure these people are not going to wake up and attack you. But you are comfortable walking in a market. You are comfortable walking in the market during the day when those people can attack you. But in a mortuary or cemetery, these people are sleeping. They are never going to wake up to attack you. But we are more scared about those who are not going to attack you than those who can attack you, which is quite a psychological thing, because nobody ever got attacked by a dead body at a mortuary or at a cemetery. But I think it's the way we are. It's our superstition that is at the heart of this. That is those who believe in ghosts. I've never seen one before, so I don't know if it exists. And I want to start by commending you for trying to do private business. I would actually, if I have my way, I would encourage every member of parliament to endeavor to pursue a passion you have privately that can make you feel fulfilled and also give you income. As you and I know, we go home with a maximum of 15,000 cedis a month as salary. That is, if you are not, if you are very lucky, you go home with 15,000 Ghana cedis. Surely, today is Tuesday. You'll probably be looking for close to or more than that to fulfill your weekend activities at the constituency. Surely no member of parliament is doing or looking after his constituency or her constituency with the 15,000 or something. You must be able to do something extra to be able to do that. But the public doesn't know this much. In fact, sometimes you get people tell you, I mean, it's my taxpayers' money that they are using to look after you. But some of them forget that the tax you pay doing your private enterprise is probably 20 times what you get as salary. That's the 15,000 times 12 times 4. So MPs are also taxpayers. MPs are also taxpayers. Apart from, I'm saying if you are lucky.
Then nobody's lucky.
Yes. So now the fight is whether it is up to 15,000 cedis. So you can imagine what it means. So I want to encourage you to. I'm happy with that, but you need to create a very clear distinction between what you do in your private enterprises, i.e. in the health sector, and your lead role as part of the executive in the health sector, so that we don't see a situation where they say they've bought equipment to be distributed to hospitals. We find some in your private hospitals. I think that is the fear, that will be the fear of the public, not because you are providing a health facility as a private person. Since you said you've got more than one facility, can you walk me through? When you wake up, you are convinced of setting up another facility somewhere, wherever that is. Can you walk me through what you need to go through until it becomes a facility for use by the public?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I had said earlier that hospital management is purely the mobilization of resources needed to have a place called a hospital. Obviously, you need the premises. You need a place where you are sure that your services will be patronized. That is why I've said that there are a lot of places which are in need of these facilities. And so you may not necessarily go to places where there are competition, except the fact that if you realize that the existing facilities are not doing too well, you want to go and take advantage of it and make sure you give quality of care to the people. And so you acquire your land. There is a plan, a structure that you build to, and you invite the regulatory bodies to come and look at what you have done. Start fixing in your equipment, and then you do your HR. And so I have put all this in the mobilization of the right resources to be able to have a place called a hospital.
So when you do your business plan and then you decide to do this, so, okay, as you are in the industry, you know we have different levels of hospital. We have the Legon size of hospital, we have the Ridge size of hospital, we have the Dodowa size of hospital, then we have polyclinics, cheap health centers, cheap compounds, which I think appears to be the smallest of all. How do you determine which level you want to enter? How do you, what makes what helps you determine at what level you are entering?
Mr. Chair, I think that we have a lot of private facilities that are operating on the primary healthcare level. You have some, normally you want to look at the number of beds to determine whether you call it a clinic or a hospital. If it goes beyond 20 bed to 25 bed, it is always seen as a hospital. And also the kind of machinery and services that you provide in there. Obviously, if you have a place that has a theater, you're already doing a hospital, and these are some of the critical areas that you need. A very well-equipped laboratory, very good consulting rooms, and then the waiting area, that is the OPD, to ensure that your clients have the kind of comfortability that they need in healthcare.
So there are standards as to what an OPD should be, standards as to what you should have in a ward, your laboratories and theaters. So who actually determines, when you are doing your private thing, who actually determines, for instance, when you are putting up a hospital, who actually determines what your theater and the things that go into it should be?
Mr. Chair, the Ghana Health Service is the main determinant. I mean, they have a regulatory unit that sees to all this. And I have always held this opinion that they are also major players in the industry. And so, but because they are a government arm, it becomes easier for them to put a tape to whatever you are doing. And you definitely need them to come and inspect your facility before you can even have the Health Facility Regulatory Agency to license you to operate as a health facility. Mr. Chair.
Don't you think it should be the other way around? Because you see, I don't believe you should finish building your hospital before asking for an inspection. Because as you and I know, hospital is a complex building. It's not a 6-unit classroom block. So you shouldn't have even gone ahead to build, because you probably are aware that unlike other countries, a lot of people die in this country out of diseases they contract at health facilities, that is infection in terms of infection. Because the hospitals they've gone to, the quality of hygiene there is terrible. You go to a hospital in this country today, and the floor finish is terrazzo or tiles. It's a disaster. You cannot lay tiles in a theater that performs invasive procedures, because you're going to spill human tissue and other things, which can go into the joints of the tile, stay there, somebody picks it with a shoe, and spread it elsewhere. So the standards for building a hospital in terms of, you can lay tiles in your OPD, but surely not places of laboratory and other things. But unfortunately, you need to have, of course, he knows, you need to have a jointless floor, something you can clean completely. But you go to hospitals, even ones being built up by government, and they are still applying terrazzo, they are still laying tiles, which is a disaster, but nobody is controlling them. So I think that it is good you brought this up, but the Ministry of Health need to take control to bring these standards up. And they shouldn't actually let you go and build and come back for approval, because you have done the investment already. Rather, there should be a unit that should start talking to you from the day you conceive the idea. So by the time you are building and it's finished, it's just a confirmation that what you have done is appropriate. And I think that will also help improve health facility. I agree with you that I'm not sure government alone anywhere in the world can say that every health facility belongs to government. Some people want a level of privacy that they can pay for. So I think you should take that, since you are an industry player and you are now going to be leading government policy. The infection control in Ghana is difficult, and we can work on that. The next question I have is this. Do you know what the total accruals to national health insurance will be in the 2024 budget? How much we are expected to collect?
No, Mr. Chairman. I haven't given it that consideration.
And this 3B, thereabout, is about 8 billion Ghana cedi, 7-point-something billion Ghana cedi. But when you check the allocation, that is the expenditure side, only a fraction of that is actually allocated for use by NHS, i.e. the capping my colleague talked about. So the point of Ghanaians is that when we pay money, that NHIS take this money and look after our health. And they pay. And then the government brings a law called Capping Act, saying that Parliament passes it. So I've taken the money in the name of NHS. However, after taking the money, I will decide as to how much money to give to NHIS. And then the public says that, oh, you Parliament approved it. Will you be an advocate to tell government that things like NHIS, capping it is counterproductive? Because it just takes away money people of Ghana have paid for towards healthcare, away from healthcare. Will you be an advocate for that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. One of my excitement in this new position is the fact that I'm going to work with a minister who just stepped down as the NHIA boss. And so when it comes to the issues of NHIS, he feels it better, he understands it better. And so together, as we go and forge this team, it becomes easier for us to advise government properly so that our healthcare systems can be given that kind of attention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, it appears the two of you are private healthcare providers going to take care of public healthcare. It's a bit of a worry and a bit of good news. I'm not sure. It will only be after 10 months that we'll know whether it was a good idea to send the two of you who have interests in private healthcare business and then taking the lead role in public health.
Mr. Chair, I can assure you it will be a good news, because our experience and what we are coming with would ensure that within this short space of time, we will strengthen the healthcare system. Do
you agree that the embarrassing and sad story of treatment of those who are having renal problems, i.e. the kidney problem that need dialysis. Do you agree with the public that if NHS receive their 8 billion as we pay, government can actually fund significantly the provision of dialysis in this country without any problem? Because if you look at the number of people going to facilities looking for dialysis and the amount of money the NHS is capped, we could easily have funded that without even taking money from those who are at the lower end. I'm not talking about, you call them bourgeoisies. If somebody drives in a Range Rover, provided it is his or her own, to a facility, it appears the person can pay. But do you agree that decapping the fund gives a better opportunity for us to provide critical care than we are providing now?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I have stated already that government definitely need to intervene in the provision of care as far as renal conditions are concerned. As to the source of funding, I'm sure, like I earlier stated, when you have given me the nod, together with my minister, we will consider making a strong case if health insurance is that strong enough to take up this responsibility. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, my final question to you also relates to the mortuary issue. The same concerns that are raised about the standards of facilities within which hospitals, private hospitals operate applies to mortuaries. Apart from the stigmatization, you have already said that the personnel, there's no school in this country or institution that trains people as to how to handle hygienically and then the dignified way handle a decent. What did you say your recommendation to the minister will be? Is it that we should introduce a program at the medical schools that focuses directly on how to take care of I call them, they are still patients, just that they are not moving. Take care of patients that we will all become one day, which is a certainty, that there will be facilities that can take care of us in dignified way whenever we get to that level. What would be your recommendation to the minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, like you earlier stated, rightly stated, the clients of mortuaries, the main clients of mortuaries are the most obedient of all clients. And so they don't require much for them to be comfortable. The fact that you give it the needed, right atmosphere, they thrive. I mean, they will wait until their families have come for them. Thankfully, government has an agency, the Mortuaries and Funeral Facilities Agency. But I stated here that we haven't given them that attention. As a health committee member, they've often come, and when you have assessed them, you realize that they haven't received the right attention. I pray my minister gives me an opportunity to work with them and to ensure that some of the safety guidelines that need to be put in place are put in place. They are springing up. Private mortuaries are springing up everywhere, just like that. But this agency is mandated to train the attendants. So privately, there could be people, there could be pathologists coming together to put up an institution, and everybody who wants to work as a mortuary man can go there for the requisite training and so forth. But they need to be empowered. They need to receive that kind of attention so that we can get them to act responsibly, Mr. Chair.
I'm thinking more of, because we do have medical schools and other things, which every medical school have got, bodies in there which they are using to train people. My point is that shouldn't the government be actually looking at finding ways with the medical schools to have programs that actually you can do a sandwich. Maybe you can do, it doesn't have to be a degree, maybe a 6 month or something like that, to train people in how to safely manage those situations. Otherwise, what you will see is that the springing up of these mortuaries around will become another source of infection control, both to the attendant and to the general public.
Agree.
So I think that there should be a way of government actually not only setting up the regulatory body, which is okay, but the training and of the practitioners should be a standard training that is certified through whether through a university or an institute that does that. Then I think then we all be safer. That's what I'm asking you about.
Mr. Chair, I know Kolebu has a training program, is a program, but it is not a known program for operators and practitioners who want to have some kind of requisite skills. They go there. But this agency I talk about is clothed with the power to ensure that operators are trained properly. They have the requisite skills and have been trained properly. And so when we're giving them the needed attention and they are put up properly, they would ensure all that, Mr. Chair.
Very much, Chairman. I want to thank you for the opportunity, and I wish our colleague all the best.
Thank you, Leader.
Yes, Leader.
Honorable Alexandria Kosiakwa, congratulations on your nomination. I have worked closely with you as the Vice Chairman of the Trade, Industry and Tourism Committee. And I know for a fact you are a very nice gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I take that as a compliment.
Yes, yes. And I think we've worked on a lot of issues. And so I'll start from there. Trade, industry, and tourism. And let's talk about one district, one factory. This is, so far, some numbers I have. Total exemptions, including import duty exemptions, money doled out to preferred financial institutions to de-risk loans and pay interest on subsidies, roughly altogether, it's about 6.5 billion Ghana cedi. We have talked a lot about it. The last time we checked, we were told that 151 factories have been created. Some of them not directly by government. They are mostly old companies that have been rebranded as 1D, 1F. My good friend, what impact, in your view, has this incentive had on our local productive capacity? And I ask you this question because the Minister of Finance in 2023 budget says, we continue to spend $10 billion on imports of everything from rice to tomato paste, everything. The fundamental reason why we wanted to do 1D, 1F. Basically, we are where we are. Can you tell us what impact, in your view, all these huge monies I've talked about has had on this 1D, 1F?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have served as the Vice Chair of the Trade and Industry Committee, and 1D, 1F has been one of the most contentious issues in most of our meetings. But I have that firm conviction that just having a policy, setting up a policy and making sure that policy churns out new factories and old ones that are not operating well are giving opportunities and facilities to come back on stream is the right way to go. Yes, the figures may speak for themselves, as in the fact that we may still be import-driven at this point in time. But these factories, the initiative is yet to be that old enough for us to see the full benefit. If all of us agree to the fact that this is the way to go, Mr. Chair, I think that whatever lapses that is within the setup in the system can be put in place for us to have the full benefits of the 1D, 1F.
The government says we have created 170,000 jobs out of the 1D, 1F. My argument is that if we give 10 billion Ghana cedi to 20 private people in Ghana, they will create magic. As we speak, unemployment is now, because one of the reasons for the 1D, 1F was also to address the issue of unemployment. It's highest it has been, 14.7 according to the Ghana Statistical Service. What impact has the 1D and 1F had on unemployment, really?
Mr. Chair, the number of employees, as you rightly stated, people who have been gainfully employed in any of these factories is one of the impacts. Yes, 1D, 1F is widespread. If we were giving that money, as quoted by you, Mr. Chair, to a few companies, obviously they may operate beyond their normal operations. I mean, it will add up to their operations and then perhaps increase their revenue. But I have a strong conviction, I still believe in that concept. The fact that this is a program that is going to make us self-sufficient in terms of the production, in terms of employment creation, in terms of the fact that our imports are going to be reduced. And so I know there are teething issues for every policy, for every program. You won't get it the way you have thought about it right from the beginning.
Let me come in. So based on the original objectives of the 1D, 1F, making sure that we reduce our imports, making sure we reduce unemployment, create jobs, making sure we stop rural-urban migration, all these benchmarks, considering all of the benchmarks and how much money we have pumped in it. And based on this negligible impact that we have talked about, will you advise Parliament? As I speak, we have almost 440 million US dollars in pending exemptions before the House. And we are debating that seriously, that because of this negligible impact, we shouldn't approve it. What advice will you give to Parliament in whether we should go ahead and give further approvals to these exemptions?
Mr. Chair, I would advise that Parliament should look at these exemptions. I know that some of these companies have come because the opportunity is there. The facilities have been created. If we had not given them a leeway, as in these kind of opportunities, they may not even want to come and operate in our system. And so, yes, I understand the concerns of people who claim that these are monies that would have come. These are monies that would have come to our
And the
kitty.
concerns are genuine. We are talking about, we are struggling to raise revenue. And basically, we are saying that this exemption is like giving it away.
Mr. Chair, I feel that if these companies are given these exemptions, we should look at the benefits in totality for every business endeavor. As in this one, you want to look at the cost-benefit analysis. They are in our system. We have given them the opportunity. They have been attracted by the opportunities we have given them. I wish that Parliament will look at the benefits that the state will derive if these exemptions are granted, much more than how much money perhaps may be going down the drain, Mr. Chair.
Last year, to our surprise, the government informed us that the National Cathedral Secretariat, and I'm asking this question because as Vice Chair of the Trade, Industry and Tourism Committee, it comes under you, that the National Cathedral Secretariat is now under the Ministry of Tourism. And to our surprise, 80 million Ghana cedi was allocated to that ministry, and you were there. The minister himself, frankly, was taken by surprise. Well, we led the effort to disallow that allocation. And I have to say that at the end of the day, we got your good selves to join us in disallowing that, which was a very good thing for the people of Ghana. Do you agree that the National Cathedral is the most expensive pit in the world today?
You're not required to answer that question. If you wish to, you may.
Mr. Chair, I come humbly under your protection. I want to refrain from this question.
I said that in a contest. We have so far spent the taxpayers $58 million US, and that's a fact. And, well, Honorable Atachia probably has some capacity to explain to me that there are some secret buildings that my eyes can see. But I know when you spend 58 million, when you see it, you will see it. But what we see there, really, in my ordinary eye, is a real challenge. Will you, Honorable Nominee, who have served as the Vice Chairman of the Trade, Industry and Tourism Committee, stand with the NDC minority to demand accountability for the over 58 million that has been sunk in the National Cathedral?
Again, Mr. Chair, the issues of National Cathedral are very controversial issues. And I beg to come under your protection, Mr. Chair.
In this case, he's asking you whether you stand with the NDC to ask for augmentation. It's up to you whether you stand with
As a
NDC
member of Parliament,
or you stand as a member of Parliament. As to you.
Accountability should be something you should really be ready to stand with us on.
Mr. Chair, I know when the body overseeing the cathedral appeared before the committee, they gave us enough information as in how monies have been spent all this while. And I haven't seen the committee raising issues with it since they presented the figures to us. And so I think that the right thing may have been done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Nominee, the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association says that between January to July last year, 4,000 nurses left the shores of Ghana to seek better employment in Europe. That has serious implications for our healthcare. Ghana faces a shortage of qualified healthcare workers, particularly in rural areas. What concrete strategies will you implement to address this shortage and improve access to quality healthcare?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that the shortage of medical personnel, especially nurses, is a worry to a lot of us. But I am on record to have said that if these nurses think that there is a greener pasture somewhere and they will want to go for it, it is better we organize it well to inure the benefits, for government to have the benefit thereof. because I know other countries train more nurses and they get them exported to some countries for them to give quality service. I am told that one of the best products that Ghana have ever produced and keep producing is our nurses. And so we may have to put in place a measure to ensure that at least there is a system where government benefits from this exodus. Meanwhile, government keeps training a lot of this personnel. I may want to share a data with you that shows that from 2017 up to now, nurses that have received financial clearance and have been enrolled into the government system is about 90,556. That is nurses, both certificate, diploma, and degree nurses. And we know that year in and year on, we have a lot of SS graduates who want to enter into the nursing colleges. And so we just have to give a critical look to this aspect of our healthcare and get the best out of it.
There's a follow-up to this issue. One, Mr. Cohen, Howard Cohen of the International Nurses, has made a statement that Ghanaian nurses are being exploited. His argument is that if they are paid £1,000, which is really, nursing is an international profession. If they are paid £1,000, it is not fair to Ghanaian nurses, and there's the need for the government of Ghana working with all these countries that these nurses are going to really take the lead in making sure that these nurses who are going to these countries benefit. On the other hand, the former Minister of Health, Honorable Ajimamenu, says that this is great news, that they are going to make some pounds and bring it back to Ghana. Do you agree that there has to be a national effort to make sure that when Ghanaian nurses are going to every country, they are given a chance to have fair treatment and they are paid well in these countries?
Mr. Chair, thank you, but I'm not seized with that information, but coming from you, I have the trust in it. If they are being exploited, then it's probably because it's not being organized well and people are taking advantage of them. I know that the ministry is already putting structures together to regulate this exodus, like I said, for at least some form of revenue or income to government. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister Nominee, we had heroic Ghanaians, a lot of success stories during the crisis, the COVID crisis. A lot of Ghanaians who sacrificed and did very well. But we also have a lot of scandals after the COVID. Let me give you one of them. We spent, and I'm sure you're familiar with it, we spent almost $120 million plus ordering vaccines. However, we took delivery of about 5 million of those doses, which was around 38 million. We still have $82 million of Ghana's taxpayers' money that is still outstanding. We've not gotten the vaccines and we don't have the money. What will you do to recover the remaining almost 82 million of the taxpayers' money, working with your minister when you are giving the nod?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think that when this August committee gives me the nod, then I'll be seized with information on what you were talking about. Together with my minister, we will see what we will do.
Are you saying that this is not true?
Mr. Chair, I can't doubt your integrity. Just that I would have better particulars if you give me the nod.
Let me help you. Just check the Auditor General's report and the answer of the former minister, who has already told us that there are steps being taken by the Ministry of Health to basically get the outstanding doses in different forms of medicines. So it is a fact. What I'm asking you as a nominee, deputy minister, is what you would do to try to make sure we either get the 82 billion outstanding money or equivalent of medicines. This is not difficult.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Like you already stated, the former minister says there are steps that have already been taken. When you give me the nod, I'll go there, and then we will continue with those steps and make sure nobody such as Ghana.
Your short tenure, what specific 2 key areas within the healthcare sector will you prioritize to improve within the time frame that you have? Give us 2 areas. Today I saw that you are really a businessman in the healthcare sector, which is very impressive. Give us 2 areas that you are going to tell us you prioritize and leave a record on in the sector.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have answered a question like that before, but it was in your absence. I have said that the Mortuaries and Funeral Facilities Agency is an agency that hasn't been given that much attention. If you have given me the nod, I would make sure I work with them by the permission of my minister to ensure that they have the right enabling environment to operate optimally. And then we also have to get the private sector more involved in healthcare delivery. With my background and my experience, I'm sure I'll work with my minister to ensure that the private sector contributes so well to healthcare delivery in Ghana.
I have a stepson who works at 37 Military Hospital. Some information I picked a few days ago got me so worried that the intensive care unit of this prime hospital is now reduced to about 2 beds because the specialized nurses who works in that intensive care unit are all gone. Are all gone. And so we are stuck with about 2 specialized nurses in that intensive care unit. That is a crisis. Can you tell us what immediate steps you would take working with your minister to make sure we can stop this bleeding, engage and try to find a solution to this exodus of these specialists who are leaving the country in droves?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this nurses who work in intensive care units are supposed to be specialist nurses. I am told that we don't have too many institutions training them. I think that we need to spread the training environment to ensure that more nurses get interested in some of this training, because we have a lot of the ordinary nurses being churned out year in and year out. But we have to encourage some of them to go into training. And there's a bit that we can do in, not too much that we can do in reducing this exodus. Not until we are able to pay them and pay them so well. But in the interim, we may have to be training more of the nurses. And so if you give me the nod, together with my minister, we would ensure that we open up the avenues for training for some of the specialist nurses.
Agenda 88 to Agenda 111. In your honest view, President Akufo-Addo's government has roughly 10 months. Can you tell us? We know this president cannot give us 111 hospitals. This president, which is the president of the Republic of Ghana. Our president, yes. Can you give us your fair, honest assessment of how many hospitals this government can deliver before they pack their bags and leave at the end of their term?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm not really sure where the Current government is packing his
He's
back.
leaving. If you don't know, the December 7th is the election. The handover is 6 January. And by God's grace, he's going to hand over President John Dramani Mahama.
Mr. Chair, I leave that to the judgment of the people of Ghana. Mr. Chair, on the Agenda 111, I have already stated that this is one of the most ambitious projects any government can undertake. And I would applaud this government for daring to ensure that every district is equipped with a hospital. It may not have been according to schedules because of the financials, but the fact that each hospital has started and you have some in different stages makes it a bit heartwarming. It makes it very heartwarming that in the future, if we have to continue this project, we are going to have...
Honorable, you said that all the 111 hospitals have started, or we have awarded some contracts of 111 hospitals.
Mr. Chair, I am aware that every district that is benefiting from this policy, this ambitious policy, has started something. If you go to all the allocated plots, the allocated land, you would see some work going on, but they are of different levels. And so I want to applaud the government for taking this bold initiative, and whatever it is, those that are going to be completed will be in use. It will improve in our access to healthcare, and the remaining ones, once it's started, it will definitely be completed. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Kosi Aqua, I wish you all the best.
Yes, my leader. Thank you so much.
All right, later.
Honorable Alexandra Akwesi Aqua.
Yes, my leader.
Good morning.
Good morning, leader.
I'll do some work on your CV. So if you have a copy of your CV, let's go through it. From your educational background. I note that after your A-levels, you studied at the Ghana Institute of Journalism and had diploma in journalism studies from September 1996 to June 1998. And you subsequently started work. You went back to school to pursue a certificate in health administration. Certificate in health administration management from July 6, 2009 to July 31st, 2009. Why July 6th, 2009 and July 31st, 2009? So it means you did it for a few weeks.
Exactly, Mr. Chair. Leader, this is a short course organized by JIMPA, and that was when I was getting into healthcare, and so I thought I should have some level of training in health administration management. Thank you.
A 3 weeks course, and it qualifies for a certificate in health administration management. 3 weeks course.
Yes, Mr. Chair. It's an existing course with JIMPA.
And that is what you use to secure admission for a master's, executive master's of arts degree in conflict and peace security. Is that what you use?
No, Mr. Chair. I used my diploma in GIG.
You use diploma in journalism studies, not
Yes,
a
Mr. Chair.
certificate in health.
No, GIG diploma.
Now, in an earlier answer to a question posed by the chair, you said you are in a hospital business. And the chair was curious and he wanted to know how come you were able to venture into such an important industry. You said, into your answer, let me paraphrase, you said, a regime made it possible for some of you to contract a loan to start the business. What regime is that?
It was a financial regime, a period where it was easier for loans to be contracted. And then, and so when the bank had gotten my business plan, they granted me with a loan to start a hospital, Mr. Chair.
So what was the period?
Mr. Chair, my first hospital was
Now I'm looking at the dates. You said a period.
2009.
209.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So from 209 to
Chair, from 2009 over the period, because of the performance of the facilities that are set up, it was easier for the bank to keep giving me facilities to churn out facilities in other areas.
So 209 was quite easy for you to secure a loan. Can you say that you can equally secure same loan for a starter this time around?
Mr. Chair, I don't know now what it is, but I'm sure it's about your business plan. It's about how you want to utilize such capital. And I had made a very good business proposal then. I remember one of the banks didn't even know how a private hospital would run, but when I had given my business proposal and in no time we were paying off our debts, it was easier for them to develop a model to go after some hospitals. And I believe that trend is on now.
I'm asking this question, obviously, because you are a businessman and a captain of the mortuary industry. And clearly, as a businessman, the business environment matters to you. And if I may probe a little bit more, I want to again find out from you whether you know the lending rate at the moment as a businessman.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think that of a standard, it's between 25 to 30%. Negotiable, depending on who you are and perhaps your a trend of business. It's not always fixed as it is, Mr. Chair.
When was the last time you went for a loan?
I have not gone for a loan for a while now, but there are some I'm servicing, and so I am quite privy to the rates.
Go back to the loan market and you'll see the rate for yourself. And if the business community is happy about, because the business community, as I meet them, are always complaining at the rate, not the exchange rate, the lending rate, because it's affecting their business. And it doesn't make them profitable. And as a result, most of them are not, their sector is no longer profitable. But let me again ask you, you have said, and you've said so much about the mortuary industry, and you said that some of the things you prioritize will be, if given the nod, will be for you to advise your minister on mortuaries. Will you mind if the mortuary, if granted, granted that if you are approved, will you mind to be responsible for mortuaries and funeral agency? the agency if you'll be made responsible?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll gladly take up that responsibility.
So you won't mind if you become Deputy Minister of Health responsible for mortuaries?
Mr. Chair, the ministry is a very vast one, and as I know, it's always had two deputy ministers, and so the various agencies are given to the deputy ministers. And of all that my minister would let me handle, I'm making a plea that he gives me the opportunity to handle the mortuaries.
That's impressive. The dead deserves the necessary dignity, and so I don't mind at all.
Mr. Chair, if I may add, this is the only industry that has two quotations in the Bible to support it. There's one that is said that it's appointed for a man to die once, and so it's established. Then the other one, which I haven't seen the English rendition, but the Tree Bible will tell you that if you die and you are not buried well, an aborted child is even better than you. And to be buried well, you need to be kept well. So for people in the industry, these are two quotations we use.
We will start the advert. We'll start the advertising agency for the mortuary business too.
Mr. Chairman, let me ask a little bit more on this matter. Going into the ministry, with your knowledge and business in the sector, obviously as someone, I call you captain of the mortuary industry, and your knowledge and background and what you can do. Won't you be conflicted to the extent that you use your knowledge in the industry to build mortuaries across the country for your company?
Mr. Chair, I think that I have done enough. I've done enough for myself in the private sector. I think that my knowledge base and experience will be beneficial to the nation. And so sometimes it's a bit difficult to have some of these branches. I have suffered a lot since I got into politics and decided to divorce a serious relationship with my businesses.
Yeah.
And so it may not be too worthwhile to have too much on your hands to handle.
So how are you going to put a Chinese wall between your business in the mortuary industry and your responsibility if you are given the opportunity to be a deputy minister for health responsible for MOFA, mortuaries and funeral agency? What are you going to do to put a Chinese wall to make sure that you are not conflicted and others will be given the opportunity to enter in the industry and not your company to be the one to benefit from that? I think it's an important one.
Mr. Chair, it's very important. But like I said, we have some of these mortuaries already springing up. It's all over. I do not see any mortuary that, any district that doesn't have a private mortuary. They are so close to each other. And so my experience will definitely be brought to bear and making sure that Ghana benefits from what I have accrued over the period. Personally, I think that I've had enough.
I asked the Minister Designate for Health, the Dr. Okoboy, a question, and I want to repeat, same. In February 2023, Ghana was hit with a shortage of routine child immunization vaccines. In October 2023, the renal dialysis unit of Kolebu Teaching Hospital was closed due to a $4 million Ghana cedis debt. Within 4 months, 19 kidney patients died. Just last month, in fact, February, last month, the Komfo Anokye teaching hospital turned away kidney patients seeking treatment due to insufficient machines. Would you admit that the Ghana health sector is in crisis as an industrial player?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I beg to differ on this one. Health is a very big area, and at any point in time, we need to do more to improve healthcare service delivery. But I may also want to share some statistics with you, Mr. Chair, if you allow me. Let's say NHI is one of the biggest, payer system as far as health care is concerned. And I believe that, like I stated earlier on this table, two critical issues must be looked at if you want quality healthcare. One, the payer system, and then that is affordability, and then accessibility. In 2016, there was a decline in the membership of health insurance by 2016. And it was largely due to the claims payment and its arrangements. But in 2017, government paid 1.2 billion cedis. That is about $300 million as claims, that were inherited. And I believe that actually gave some level of confidence to the providers. As I speak now, there is no month that passes without some payments from health insurance, as far as I know. And so the confidence in the provider side of our healthcare is coming up, because at least when they provide a service, it is paid. If you look at health insurance membership, the government's program of digitalization has improved renewals and how members get on board, because in the past, they would have to go through queues to get their renewals and so forth. And so these are initiatives that have increased health insurance membership from 10,796,000 in 2017, and as of 2022, it has risen to 17,161,000 and counting. I'm sure if we're able to get things right, what you talked about, what you cited, which are the dark side of our healthcare delivery system, it will be improved. And so I'm going to work assiduously with my minister to ensure that some of the issues that leaves a dark spot in our healthcare delivery system is worked on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let me downgrade the crisis to challenges. Will you agree with me that we have enormous challenges in the health sector? And if so, what can we do to address these concerns that the ordinary Ghanaian is facing in seeking or accessing healthcare?
Mr. Chair, I think challenge is a better word than I will accept, because it's a human establishment. And once it's a human establishment, it comes with challenges that will require solutions. Solutions we are looking for. And I give you a promise that once we go, you give me the nod, together with my minister, we will do our best to solve this challenge. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have about 3 more questions and I'll be done. Just 3 more. Akwesi, Aqua.
Yes, my leader.
In an answer to a question, you made reference to the fact that some of these hospitals that has been abandoned are being financed through external funding. But you did not land. I want to find out from you, do you know the state of these hospitals and what this external financing can do to get these hospitals completed?
Mr. Chair, I can't be exact on the current status or state of these hospitals. but I promise you that if you give me the nod, I'm going to work with my minister to ensure that speedy work is brought to bear on these hospitals. Thank you.
Are you aware that Ghana has defaulted in the payment of this debt to this external financing? And as a result, we are unable to draw down on these loans because we have simply failed in the servicing of this debt, and so we can't draw down these loans. And that can affect the completion of these facilities.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think that once they have been started, they need to be completed. And it behoves on us to find alternative sources to ensure that they are completed. I have suggested the inclusion of private sector. There are people who have monies to invest, and it becomes easier if we let them know what the hospital business means to them. It's likely we could generate internal funding from business people to complete some of these facilities. Thank you.
So you are recommending that these hospitals that have been abandoned, government can consider maybe a JV, a joint venture with private individuals or private companies to get them completed and operate. Is that the recommendation?
Mr. Chair, I think the government's major priority in healthcare delivery is a social responsibility. And so if there are means of attracting some of these investors to help us complete it, so government can commit itself in providing that social responsibility to its people, I would push for it. Thanks.
Last but one. You said here, now let me jump that one. Let me ask you once more. What is your views about this LGBTQ bill that was just being passed?
So, Chairman, as a member of Parliament, I think that together we pass this bill. Even though there are dissenting opinion with regards to what should be done if people are caught in it, this is something that identifies us as a nation. This is something that makes us proud as a people. Whatever the concerns are, we may have to look at it and make sure everybody is comfortable with the bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Finally, page 3 of your CV, you indicated that you have received a number of awards, several awards and citations. And we are proud to say that you received the Osagefo Award, which was organized by the Eastern Regional House of Chiefs. Did you receive this award because of the number of mortuaries you have established?
No, Mr. Chair, this one is in relation to my facilities in the Eastern Region. I have one in Kwekwentumie and then one in Achimota.
Hospitals?
Hospitals.
Not mortuaries?
There are mortuaries attached, but
Okay.
these ones were in relation to the hospitals, Mr.
So
Chair.
I won't be wrong to say that you had an award for a number of mortuaries.
Mr. Chair, it was for the hospitals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Gosiakwa,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
in the business of funerals and mortuaries, you have a partner in me. So I hope that the House approves your nomination so I can come and seek opportunities.
Mr. Chair, we encourage you.
Thank you. But I noticed that as MP for the constituency, you have how many? 18 electoral areas
Yes, Mr. Chair.
and 30 towns and villages. Is that all?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Wow. Interesting, huh?
He's a lucky man.
Yes. I have 34 electoral areas and I have 116 towns and villages at Bekwai.
Mr. Chairman, I have 47 electoral areas and 193 towns and villages.
I'm the lucky one here, Mr. Chair.
Very interesting how the demarcations are done, probably. But you had something to do with the GhanaDistricts.com, if I recall correctly.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
What have you found with the GhanaDistricts.com going around the country, interviewing MPs and MMDCs? What have you found?
Mr. Chair, I've come to realize that the districts are doing so much, but they have not put themselves up to publicize what they do. And at the end of the day, everybody looks up to the central government as if that is all we have. But this nation runs and gives a premium to local governance. And so GhanaDistrict.com is to expose the district assemblies and what they do, the investment opportunities, and all that can make our various local assemblies better. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
It appears to me that publicity about your work is on the low side. GhanaDistrict.com.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is an establishment that has permeated from regimes, from one regime to the other. I think the people within the local government area know much about it because it serves as a serious resource base when it comes to local governance. And it has evolved. Currently, I think because I do not have too much relationship with them, but I know there's a call center that has come out of this GhanaDistrict.com project, that every information that you need in every district assembly, you can call and get done. And then there's a Ghana Districts TV that is on stream.
That is my problem. You're doing so much, but it appears to me that I know about it because they came to Bekwai, and I sat with them and went through with them. And I remember they used to operate from Parliament, so I know about them. But I'm sure that many of our new MPs don't know about GhanaDistrict.com and the kind of data they've gathered from one constituency to another, or one district to another. I urge you to find the means to push it more. You think that if MPs supported you, each MP contributed a little for publication or publicity of it, it will help?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think that the publicity on
honorary courses or honorary doctoral degrees are not supposed to be prefaced against one's name. At best, it should be part of your CV as your accomplishment. But it appears it is being abused, and because of the penchant for titles in this country. When I was at NAB, I remember, Mr. Chairman, I fought this, and I can tell you that it was a hard fight. But what we succeeded doing at NAB was that when we were enacting the education regulatory bodies bill that became at 1023 of 2020, we made sure that there was an aspect of regulation of the usage of titles and nomenclature at the higher education level. And the LI is not done as of now, but I'm thinking that the LI should be hastened so that we can operationalize that aspect of regulation. That's because my worry is that if we allow this canker to continue, a time will come that our graduate programs will die. PhDs are supposed to produce or add to knowledge. So if I can buy $10,000, $20,000, I can get a doctoral title. Then why would I have to spend time to go and sit in the classroom to pursue knowledge that must add to knowledge? So I think that...
Doc, if I get an honorary courser, can I use it at the university?
No, please.
Okay, so that title, it may only eulogize me as some of the old people until they sat here. I thought they were proper PhDs. And when they appeared before us, some ministers, and we saw the things, honorary title. But the 10,000 is to get a title, whereas the PhD degree is to get knowledge which can be used to acquire or to work. So why should you bother about losing the value of the PhD as a program?
So the point of emphasis is potential of undermining or eroding the relevance of graduate programs, especially at the peer level. Mr. Chair, you are supposed to, if you do your PhD dissertation, you are supposed to add to knowledge. But if, assuming, though it's not possible, that everybody will want to buy, if it's possible that all of us are going to buy, Mr. Chair, will you go and sit down to study to add to knowledge? The answer is, it's a big no. So I think that there is what we need to, we need to safeguard to ensure that our graduate programs don't die, don't suffer, and we can produce knowledge that will better our societies. Thank you.
Yes, you're done, Doc. Very well. Yes. No, start your own questions, please.
Very well, Mr. Chairman. And congratulations to the nominee. We've been together in the trenches from our days in Legon, and we find ourselves in Parliament. And I believe based on his background, he's going to the right ministry. Mr. Chairman, the Fisheries School has been in place since 2017. And there's been calls for its review by almost every stakeholder that I know of, NAT, NAGRAT, CCT, Africa Education Watch, retired vice chancellors of our various universities, Professor Demensa, Professor Ite, and much more recently, Professor Ade has called for the immediate review of the policy. I want to know from the nominee his understanding or definition of the word review, and whether he agrees with the call that time has come for the Free Senior School policy to be reviewed.
Mr. Chairman, review improvements. I don't see a sharp distinction between the two. The President, during the State of the Nation's address delivered recently, said that he welcomes every decision of improvement. And in my understanding, if review doesn't lead to improvement, then I don't know what that review simply means. Mr. Chairman, I will support any call for the free senior high school policy that has succeeded in training and developing the youth of this country by widening access and offering opportunities, not only at the academic level, but also at the TVET level. I will give my support and blessing to it. But calls for it to be made better or improved are in the right direction, and I will support that. We must not also discount the gains. Mr. Chairman, what Free Senior School has also done, apart from increasing enrollment from about 800,000 to 1.3 million, if you go to the University of Ghana right now, it has also offered opportunity to learners from deprived areas. In fact, as of 2016, about 340.
The question was not on the benefits. Stay on the review.
Speaker, I just wanted to give data that suggests that children from deprived areas enrollment to tertiary education has even increased. That's the point I was trying to make. Thank you.
Continue.
Mr. Chairman, my colleague is very well learned, like myself. And I know he knows that there is a difference between review and improvement. You must review something to identify where the shortcomings are so that you can have a systematic approach in improving. Having said that, I want to move on to my next question, because he agrees that time has come for us to review it, although he chose to use the word improve. Mr. Chairman, the free senior school obviously has led to an increase in student enrollment. We know, the figures show that. And in anticipation of this increase in numbers, government in 2018 came to Parliament and sought our approval for a $1.5 billion facility intended to address the increased anticipated numbers. I remember government had told us that those monies will be used to complete uncompleted structures and to add new structures to accommodate the new students. As we speak, one of the consequences of the increased number of students was what we describe as the obnoxious double-track system. The double-track system is still in place. What is the nominee's view about the application of this facility and the fact that we have not yet resolved the issue of inadequate academic and residential facilities in the secondary school system?
Mr. Chairman, double track is still in place. I'm not sure about that. Even though, because what I know right now is that there are different levels of students at the senior high school who are there not at the same time. So as we speak right now, the first years are not there, but second and third years are there. So level, but double track is, my understanding is that that is where students or learners at a particular level, some are in school, some are not. Yeah, but now it is rather the levels and not learners within a level. However, Mr. Chairman, I will always support the idea of double track. I remember I listened to Honorable Adongo recently when he was explaining the 24-hour economy. And what he said was that it gives the opportunity for idle equipment and machines in factories and industries to be used or utilized. And double track achieve the same purpose, because then the idea is that you want to maximize facilities at the schools to increase enrollment. So if you are against double track, then I don't understand what you even mean by 24-hour economy, because the essence is the same. But I also agree. I remember we were in Koforidua when GetFund administrator came and explained the 1.5 billion that later was put on the bond market to get a Dachi bond, and that part of that facility was used to defray outstanding debt and all that. So, but it's also true that facilities are being provided, though because of limited budgetary constraints, you are not able to achieve the target that we have to achieve. But then, government, I know, is doing everything possible to ensure that we have enough facilities to take or absorb the increasing enrollment stated by the Free Senior High School. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, double track is still in session. For the record, it's still in session. But it is true that not every school is practicing it. And a number of schools have been weaned off, but it's still is in session. Very well. Okay. We move on, Mr. Chairman. My last Chairman, you are distracting me. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, my last question, last but one question, if you permit me, is that we changed our curriculum from what it used to be to what we now call the standard-based curriculum. And in doing so, textbooks had to be provided to accompany the new standard-based curriculum. Only 65% of the textbooks are now available to primary schools. For junior high schools, they are yet to get new textbooks based on the new standard-based curriculum. My question to the nominee is this. As an educationist yourself, don't you think that this is affecting teaching and learning? And how soon do you think we can have the full complement of textbooks for all levels as expected?
Mr. Chairman, luckily, I served on NACA board when Dr. Ama was the executive secretary acting at that time. Mr. Chairman, what I know is that at the primary level, textbooks have been provided at the primary level, but at the junior high school level, my information from the ministry is that they are being printed. They are being printed. At NACA, I remember we approved textbooks for the publishers. And yesterday, Dr. Ama, who was heading NACA, explained to the committee the processes that we went through to achieving that. But for the records, at the primary school, textbooks have been provided. At the junior high school, I'm told that they are being printed. Thank you.
Oh, you have had 4 already, so you don't have another last. Yes.
Oh, Chairman, I thought you said you would indulge me if I was
No, I said
being proper.
you're entitled to 3, but I'll be generous with another one. You have had it.
So I wait for your generosity.
No, you have taken it already.
Very well. I'm grateful.
Congratulations, Prof.
Thank you, Chair.
If you are given the nod by this committee, what will be your contribution to special education, children with special needs, assisting your minister? What will be your contribution in that direction?
Mr. Chair, already the education strategic plan 2018 to 2020 has identified the need for special attention to children with disabilities who deserve special attention to maximize their educational and learning outcomes. With this in mind, meeting the minister when this committee gives me the approval, we will look at how we can further strengthen it, because the framework and the program are there to ensure that we achieve that to the intended end. Thank you.
Will you see how you will implement it or strengthen it? Because if there is a framework, then it means the next stage will be the implementation.
Yes, that I'm saying. You know, the framework is there, but it is being actualized. What I can do when I'm given the opportunity is to add my expertise to hasten realization of the end results. Thank you.
2024, it will interest you to know that we still have schools under cashew trees. And it is coming from places where we provide food for people in the urban areas. I don't think there is any school under tree in Greater Accra or Greater Kumasi. But if you come to the rural areas, schools under trees. So when it rains, there are no schools. What will be your contribution, if you are giving the nod, in eroding or eradicating schools under trees? Thank you.
Chair, one of my initial comments was my priority, with the consent of the minister, regarding how to further strengthen basic education. And these schools under trees are within this level of education. And I also talk about the 290 million gallop facility to help in minimizing this unfortunate occurrence within our school system. So with opportunity, whatever we have to do to minimize or reduce it, I mean, it will be something that will be pursued rigorously. Thank you.
Okay. I hope you bring your experience to bear in improving the educational system of this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Trevor.
Yes, Prof, congratulations. I've had the benefit of your scholarship at the House floor, and I have no doubt in my mind that you complement the work of the Minister for Education for the betterment of the country. But I found something very curious on your CV. You said your hometown is Obo Kwao, and then you are the MP for Kwadaso. What kind of engineering is this?
Mr. Chair, this is political engineering.
Okay.
I've lived all my life in Kumasi.
Okay.
All my life.
That is
in
fine.
Kumasi. So, more in Kwadaso. Thank you.
Okay, I'm only poking fun. I've also found out from your CV that you are lucid in Cree, English, and then German. How do you say in the German language, Onipen to me say the Onyami Eshrano? Oh.
Mr. Chairman, I remember on my CV, I didn't say my German is excellent. Neither did I say it is very good. I say it is good, meaning that my German knowledge, I mean, I can go, I mean, get my way out of, I mean, using that language, you know what I mean? But I don't want to make mistakes when I'm not accurate regarding. Yeah, so I think I'll leave it there with that, Chairman. Thank you.
I wish you could let everybody here in Germany, German language, Onipa into me say Nyonyami Eshrano. Yes. Now my main question. Prof, the evidence is that there has been over multiplication of universities in Ghana. Some time back we had only 3 main universities. And the consequence is an over multiplication of university graduates, which has also brought about huge graduate unemployment. Yeah, graduates without skills, yes. Yes. Is it your view, or is it not, that we should place a cap on the universities that are virtually mushrooming? Or we should just have as many as possible, the number of universities in the country, and then this graduate unemployment, graduates without skills, as have been corrected by Chairman, should continue. What is your view on this dilemma?
Mr. Chairman, our society's population is increasing, about 30 million now, and last time I checked, we have about 307 tertiary education institutions in this country. The public universities alone are 16. The President in his State of the Nation address is talking about adding 4 more. So it means that the public tertiary universities are going to be 20 if those become fruition, and this number excludes the 10 from the technical universities. We also have on our hands the Free Senior High School that, in my view, has come to stay. So it means that we are going to produce more, more learners to enjoy tertiary education. I think that when I was at NAB, this discussion came up, but there was a view, because you are a very experienced lawyer, that any attempt to do that will affront the Constitution, and that there could be legal repercussions when that one is done. What I think we need to do is to ensure that we strengthen quality assurance processes and systems in these institutions to ensure that they are able to produce the quality, the curricula, with the requisite skills and competencies that will make the learner functional in our society. I think if we're able to do that, we won't be worried about producing graduates who are not fit for the labor market. Thank you.
There is this issue of educational infrastructure, and it's very capital intensive. So in as much as we want people to be educated, they need the requisite infrastructure, the buildings and the rest of them. Is it your view that such huge capital outlay should be ceded to the private sector, and then satisfactory financial arrangement is put in place by the government? They roll the infrastructure and they are paid over time, and then the government eventually will be the beneficiary of the infrastructure? Or you think, as we are driving our educational programs, we should be behind infrastructure?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, infrastructural provision at that level is a challenge because of government's limited resource envelope. So there's the need for some form of arrangement. That is why we need to encourage more private sector participation in our education delivery. The challenge at that level also is that because of lack of capacity, when they even train lecturers with terminal degrees, they are poached by well-endowed public universities. So we need to find a way of dealing with this particular situation. But if you look at the education sector plan, 2018 to 2030, Mr. Chair, we are looking at gross enrollment ratio of about 40%. We are now doing 22. How do you even achieve that? Unless we get the infrastructure in our existing schools, get other tertiary education institutions to be able to achieve that, because a learning society is a literate society, it's a developed society. So we need to find ways of ensuring that, Mr. Chair, this is achieved to produce the caliber, requisite, competent human resources that will help us to navigate our ways from extreme poverty to prosperity for us all. Thank you.
I didn't fully I appreciate the answer. I was asking you because the government is cash strapped in trying to roll out infrastructure for schools. Do you hold a view that we should cede infrastructure rollout to the private sector, and that the government should put in place a satisfactory arrangement to pay contractors over time so that we come to eventually own the infrastructure? If not, then you have big educational drive, infrastructure is behind. And that was what I wanted your view on, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, such views must be driven by policy. And looking at the tertiary education policy, even though we talk about the issue of inadequate infrastructure, that model is not factored into the calculus. So with the given the opportunity, I may have discussion with the sector minister who drives the policy and see if this is feasible and can be implemented to help our educational gains. Thank you.
Now, question now. Prof, you studied psychology and you teach psychology. Given the huge foundation for free senior high school that has been laid by the new patriotic party government, yes, can you project the benefits of this huge undertaking by the Akufo-Addo government? Of course, we know there are some teething challenges. The next 20 years, if you go on this trajectory.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, as an academic and a researcher, some of these questions should not be intuitive, but must be empirically driven. And I can sit here and project, but my projection might be accurate or inaccurate. I need to look at data and see how the data can inform my predictions. But as we speak now, I can tell you that the benefits of the free senior high school are encouraging in terms of access, in terms of enrollment, in terms of building self-esteem of persons who hitherto, but for free senior high education, wouldn't have gotten to where they are on the academic ladder. Thank you.
Yes, leader.
Thank you, Chairman. Doc, congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman.
And I must say, I want to also congratulate you because I noticed that in Parliament, you are one of the few people who is committed to coming to the chamber on time and also participate in the work of the floor. And you hardly have excuses as to why you will be late or not come to work. And I think it's a good thing.
Thank you, Chairman.
But just starting from where my good friend, Honorable Atachia, left off. Do you come from a privileged background?
No, Chairman.
Did you attend secondary school at the time of free SHS?
No, Chairman.
So, were people from underprivileged background still accessing secondary education before the emergence of free SHS?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The difference between secondary school in the past and secondary school today?
Chairman, I would like to use this analogy. I was privileged to teach in a rural community called Mal 18, the junior secondary school at that time. And there was this particular learner called Thomas Menu, very intelligent. At that time, he could ask me questions that made me struggle. And I promised that if I got opportunity in future, I will help this Thomas Menu. And I couldn't, and I went to the university. I traveled. I could help him to become a driver, a professional driver. I'm not despising that profession. But the chairman, that boy at that time was very intelligent. Even when I was at the University of Ghana, and he wrote to me a letter. The chairman, it was better than some of the scripts I was marking. But Thomas Menu didn't get opportunity to access Free Senior High School because of poverty, financial limitation. As we speak, he is working at Ghana Tertiary Education Commission because he applied and he got a job there. Thank God, his first girl is now at Achimota School because of Free Senior High School. So what the likes of Thomas Menu couldn't do, their children with this opportunity could do. So, as I answered you earlier on, there were persons from deprived homes who still managed to access secondary education, but the numbers were low. With this opportunity given by this government, that benefits all of us. I think that with the example of Thomas Menu, I'm encouraged that we'll be able to unravel and unearth talents from even the most deprived areas in this country. Thank you.
Well, Doc, my grandfather was a cassava farmer. He didn't attend secondary school. I attended secondary school, though not free SHS. I look after people who are also by the chance of the age within which they were the year within which they were born, have to attend school these days. So they are in community, they are in a free SHS. Is there anything there that suggests that they will necessarily not have been in school simply because of the scenarios?
As I did say earlier on, it's about the limitation. The limitation in terms of opportunities financially. And we cannot wish this away or throw under the carpet the negative effects of financial exclusion in advancing education. We cannot. There are some parents who could, in their limited resources, still manage to send their boys to school. But we are saying that this financial barrier, research-wise, show that access has widened, enrollment has soared. Those even from deprived areas, and as I gave the numbers, even at the University of Ghana, the numbers have increased. And this is a positive sign that we must all be proud of and ensure that we enroll more of our deprived brothers and sisters from every part of the country the opportunity to benefit from education, which is a constitutional mandate as captured under Article 25 of our Constitution. Thank you, Chair.
So I agree with you that data shows that enrollment has increased. But is it not over simplification when people assume that just because of the introduction of something called free SHS, and I'll get to that point, that everybody is able to go to school? Because when we were in secondary school, you and I were in secondary school, the barrier was more of those who want to go to boarding school, because these students hardly pay anything. It is the PTA and the school's own levies that were the things mainly on our bills. So it is about boarding. But so let me get to the point here. In 2016, and you can check, you are educationists, you can check from Ghana Education Service, the average boarding fee was less than 1,000 cedis. That is those who are going to boarding schools. Today, will you be surprised that somebody is not able to go to school because just to buy the things for him to go to school is over 5,000, and because there's no secondary school physically located within a walking distance, that person is still not able to go to secondary school.
Mr. Chairman, 1,000 CDs of 2016 and 5,000 CDs, let's even assume 2024, there is a period of 8 years. And we know that because of macroeconomic indicators, inflationary pressure and all that, prices are not static. But bottom line is that assets have been provided. Mr. Chair, prices and fees of 2016 will not be same as 2024, especially when we know that our economy is not as robust as developed countries where inflation rates don't rise, speedily as they pertain here. You know what I mean? So, in as much as we have issues, legitimate issues, maybe on some of these interventions, I will indulge this committee and Ghanaians to appreciate the fact that this is an intervention, regardless of any flaws, regardless, is making gains, improving the fortunes of our children and the country in future. Let us, embrace this and make progress. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are you aware of the data that suggested that over almost close to 200,000 would be, or students who should have been in secondary school since 2019 could not go because of financial difficulty?
Mr. Chair, I'm not aware, but the number could have been higher. Without this intervention, I'm not aware, but the number could have been more than the number you are quoting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Said the economy in 2016 is different from economy in 2024. Has things gotten that bad that 1,000 cedis should be, in 2016 should be nothing close to 5,000 in 2024?
Chairman, I didn't say that. Thank you.
I come to this, and I admire your CV. It's probably the 15. Yes, I've seen 16 pages. So far, it's the most extensive. It's bigger than the volume of question papers that the government have photocopied at the price of almost 70 million cedis for WASI students. I'm sure if they want to photocopy this, we would have been paying 200 million for those things. But your background is rich in education. I want to find out from you, is education in Ghana addressing the necessary skills we require as a country to deal with everyday things, i.e., somebody, of course, we are training medical doctors, we are training nurses, another thing. Those they have never been in short supply in reality. It is the distribution of them to every place, including rural areas, that has always been the problem. We train enough nurses, doctors, though we need to train more. But the everyday things, yesterday we were told how a company have to resort to advertising for skills within that organization, and they can't find it, so they are advertising internationally. Yet, like Honorable Atachia said, our universities are awashed with programs on daily basis, and people are passing out in their droves with degrees. I've got masters in this, I've got a second master's, I'm pursuing my third master's, I've got PhD in this. Are these actually addressing the things this country needs to propel us to the level where we can say we are developed and our standards are improving?
Mr. Chairman, this is a legitimate question that I think that as Ghanaians, as lawmakers, policymakers, we need to be averting our minds to and critically find a way out of that. And I'm happy that when I read the education sector plan 2018 to 2020, based on the education sector analysis done in 2018, these issues came to the fore. That is why this government has restructured the education system, especially at the senior high school level, and made sure that TVET is central to our developmental agenda. Because if you read the plan, you see that TVET hitherto was placed at the back burner, and we focus on the academic track largely. So now, and I'm happy that the enrollment figures in the TVET institutions are increasing. And that is a good sign, because then we will be able to train the middle level manpower resources that will help us to make progress as a nation. So, as I said, this is a legitimate question, but steps that have been put in place are achieving that. And again, the focus on the STEM schools and the STEM centers, all these are supposed to equip learners, okay, the skills that will help us to be able to work in factories, to work in industries. And that's what Ghana needs to be able to make progress. So progress is being made. Let's see how we can, sustain the gains and even improve the gains in this direction. And I'm confident that we will make huge gains in terms of developing human resources. Thank you.
Okay. I notice your government has, I must give it to you. You are good at sloganeering and branding things. STEM, what exactly is STEM? You were in this country. Is it not the same as the science resource centers we had at the secondary schools? And it was all about providing resources, that's the laboratories and the personnel to those schools within every secondary school that ran science subjects. Instead of creating something, it's as if, when you say STEM, it's as if you are actually doing something new. We've never had it before. Is there any real difference between the science resource centers we had and the so-called STEM you are calling?
Chairman, I haven't said all that you are saying. The point is that in this country, we don't have to politicize everything. You asked me a very legitimate question, and I've answered that question. The focus should be, how do we navigate away from theory-driven interventions to practical solutions? That's the answer I've given you. So if the science resource centers are to achieve that, we now have STEM programs, STEM institutions and centers. If they can also add to what you did, let's make progress. At the end of the day,
Honorable Member, do you know the difference between the STEM sites and science resource centers? Do you?
Chairman, I know that there were science resource centers, and those resource centers were supposed to, build the capacity of learners in acquiring, some of these skills. What we are doing right now is not distinctly different. However, there is conscious attempt to strengthen science, technology, engineering, mass interventions. Because the idea is that, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, we, at the tertiary level, we are doing 60% humanities, 40% science, programs. There is disparity. So now, the idea is to get more science, 60% of the science and 40% of humanities. And that is the focus. That is why, Mr. Chair, the effort is there to be able to achieve that? Thank you.
I am happy with your and I know on many occasions you try to be as fair as possible. And I will support any government program that want to improve science, maths, and technology. And all I wanted to say is that the science resource centers existed. They lacked equipment and other things. If government was rebranding them and saying that we are going to do more focus on them, I would have been in support of it. But the way you made it look like until STEM, there was no focus on the building of the capacity of that science, maths, and other things. That is why I am. But I can tell you, even I attended experimental JSS. That is when President Rawlings was moving us from, they call it Form 4, those days, and bringing us to middle school, to junior secondary school. And I remembered my teacher, Mr. Kumi, my metal work teacher. My final year project was to produce bolt and nut at experimental JSS at home, and I did that at JSS. At experimental JSS, my final work as a metal work student was to actually manufacture bolt and nut, and we did that time. So the capacity is there. What we need is government investing in these things so that we can all distribute. The penchant for hype, giving it new name, and all these things, I think is washing away the substance. It's the same reason that somebody thinking that when you have two masters, one in something, one in something in humanity, he's better than the person who actually went to an NVTI or acquired some skills, because we are praisers or acceptors of the paper qualification people are holding. So if you really want to address this, I'm sure that we should actually put emphasis and respect on technical, vocational skills instead of the paper qualification. And with your skills and commitment, I know you'll be able to. But my final question to you, my brother, is this. You are going into a ministry. Are you aware your minister is one of the people who is slated to be running mate?
Sorry, don't answer that one.
Mr. Speaker, even your name came up some time ago.
Yes, even your name came up, but that's not part of this exercise.
Anyway, you are going into a ministry that is draws the largest proportion of budget we approve in this house in terms of the entity, the ministry. But you notice that still there are many people complaining with the outcome of education. Either teachers still complaining about something, or schools complaining about infrastructure and other things. One of the problems is GetFund. I asked the same question to our colleague who came to be vetted for health, deputy for health. Currently, GetFund is capped. They've further gone to set up something called DACHI, which makes it more complicated. So when we pay, it's a bond, yes. When we pay GetFund, after the money being capped, is taken and given to somebody we owe bond. So at the end of the day, you are not able to derive the full benefit of the fund. Will you consider an advice to your minister that we should advise government that capping of GetFund is counterproductive and allow GetFund to have the full complement of what Ghanaians pay into the fund, so GetFund can have access to that money and deal with the infrastructure and scholarship deficit that they have in the country? Will you agree that this is, you can't force the president, but this is a recommendation you can put forward?
Mr. Chair, this is a matter that has come before the committee on several occasions. I mean, it's an act that was passed by this Parliament at 9/47/2017, and it's a consent. So I think the ministry is looking into it, and at the appropriate time, I'm sure it will be addressed. Thank you.
And I believe our colleague has shown enough competence. As you said, as you always say, the Constitution says you must, to be a minister, you must be a member of Parliament. So when you're a member of Parliament, apart from vetting you on whether you have knowledge in where you are going, I think that is what we are doing. You come from education background. We wish and hope that your demeanor and your experience so far can make any impact at all on the ministry, because there's a difference between your wishes and what government we need to do. In the earlier question, I realized that you didn't want to answer the question directly because the person who appointed you have decided this is what you want to do. So you couldn't have dared him by answering the question in the contrary. But I know your heart. Follow your heart. Thank you very much.
Yes, leader. Professor Kingsley Nyango, my good friend, congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman.
I started noticing your diligence when you specialized in the corrections of votes and proceedings every morning, making sure you actively participate in that. And that was really, I saw that, okay, we have gotten a friend who is matching Honorable Okujato on the other side in terms of the votes and proceedings. Obviously, when I just saw your booklet of CV, congratulations again. But let me take you straight. A matter that has been raised, but I want to bring it from a different context. Despite the high enrollment in the senior high school, with the implementation of the free senior high school policy, tangible and specific concerns remain about the quality of education. What specific measurable actions will you take within the next 8 months to improve learning outcomes for Ghanaian students?
Chairman, I mean, if you look at the priorities captured in the education sector plan, as I said earlier on, quality is at the center of it all. Out of the 5 priorities, quality, I mean, is featured. And if you look at learning outcomes, you can see that we are making progress. If you even limit yourself to secondary education, from 2015 to 2024, you can see progressive gains in terms of the pass rates in the core subjects. Just last year, we saw that at the WASI level, Mr. Chair, we had 73% of the students obtaining, of the candidates obtaining aggregate A1 to 6, 73%. When it comes to mathematics, it was about 62%. And science was around the same figure. And this is a marked improvement over the previous year's course, and significant disparity when it comes to 2015 and 16 academic year. So it means that even though we have some work to do, we are making progress, modest gains, and we can do more to enhance learning outcomes in our schools across all the levels. Thank you.
Well, I'm happy that in your answer you admitted that we have serious challenges. Well, we have, that's my word, serious challenges.
That's your word.
That's not your word, but my word. Will you support the widespread calls from educational experts and leading voices in the country for a review of the implementation of the free senior high school, which is really very critical, SDG 4? Because of the issues we are discussing, the issue of quality.
Mr. Chair, I've answered this question previously, and I'll reiterate the point that any calls for an improvement of our school system, even at the senior high school level. All these calls are welcome. And you mentioned educational experts. I think I'm one of them. And I'm saying that we need to make progress. So if you are able to identify challenges, gaps that need to be dealt with, for the sake of the progress of this country, I don't think that a serious government like the NPP wouldn't adhere to interventions that will make the system work. Because my kids go to the same institutions. My first girl, who is at the medical school at Kent University, passed through the free senior high school concept. You know what I mean? And I also remember, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, during the last Science and Maths quiz, Professor Kaufman, one of my colleagues at the University of Ghana, did say that the free senior high school is making gains. We are not overlooking the challenges by Mr. Chair. All of us must
let me bring you
make efforts
one of the challenges that is tearing.
Yes, Prof, did you say your daughter is in the medical school?
I did say that.
Through Akufo-Addo's free
Yeah,
senior.
she's here. She's here. She's behind me.
Oh my God.
She's behind me.
Chairman, I think that you are in the chair, but this question was really abusing your authority. Well, let me bring you one of the challenges. We don't need any investigation. One of the challenges that is staring us in our faces has to do with the infrastructure in our educational system across the country. Where Joy News did a documentary called Ghana Schools of Shame. Doc, what is the state of infrastructure in basic schools in your own constituency? And be guided because your constituents are watching you.
Chair, I think it would be unfair to put all the infrastructural deficits on this administration. I think it would be unfair. Some of us have been within this space for a very long time, but there are efforts.
Doc, please answer straight to the question. I did not ask you the state of infrastructure in your constituency. I don't think I mentioned any government. I was talking about the state of infrastructure in your constituency. And let's get away from that.
Mr. Chair, I didn't mean no harm, but the point I was trying to make was that there are efforts in addressing the infrastructural challenges facing our school system through GetFund and other support systems. Thank you.
So in the face of these infrastructure challenges, we have e-blocks spread across this country, bequeathed to us thanks to the visionary leadership of President John Dramani Mahama. Will you advise this government to basically go back and revive all these e-blocks and make sure we put them to use?
Chair, I remember about a year or two ago, the Education Committee met the GetFund boss at Koforidua, and my revered ranking was there. And we were told that the e-blocks that had been completed by this administration at that time was 31. This government met 29. According to the records, we had added 31 to it. And I'm told that it's now 33. Yes, we're all there at Koforidua. At Koforidua, we're all there. No, I'm saying that at Koforidua, we were told by Dr. Richard Boadu that 29 was made by this administration and 31 had been added by this administration. Yeah, completed, yes, completed. 29 had been completed, and this administration had completed additional 31, making 60. I remember, we were all there.
How many are still not completed in the bush?
This one,
You don't know.
Yeah, they will program, but I can't give the numbers.
It's a lot. But I bet my thrust of my question is that you support the call that we should make sure that having invested Ghana's taxpayers' money in these ye blocks, there's the need for us to make sure we put them to good use.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, if 31 had been done, the rest have been programmed to be done as well. The state resources, we won't let these state resources go waste.
Let's move away from Fisheries High School. The Ghana Psychological Association in 2020 gave us very scary statistics. It says that every 3 out of 10 junior high school students and every 2 out of 10 senior high school students attempted suicide. That is very worrisome, and I see your background. It's something that I'm sure you are very much aware of. Look, what is the state of guidance and counseling in our schools, and what will you do in this short period of time as the Deputy Education Minister to strengthen guidance and counseling for students in our schools?
Mr. Chairman, when I'm given the opportunity, I know that the ministry has a special place for counseling in our institutions. And it is one of the areas that I'll seek audience with the minister to see how we can further strengthen them, because it's very critical in terms of offering guidance to the learners, in terms of providing support to them, because some of these children have psychosocial issues that they need well-qualified, counselors to attend to them. And I remember, if I'm not mistakenly, I think in the budget statement of this year or last year, I saw attempts in building the capacity of counselors, in our schools. Thank you.
There's been concerns about the current curriculum structure and effectiveness in preparing students for the future. The Educational Strategy Plan 2018 to 2030 emphasizes these reforms. How will you, within this time frame, contribute to streamlining and piloting initiatives to ensure reforms of our curriculum?
Mr. Chairman, I was with NACAM, and I know that the standard-based curriculum, I was on the board with Dr. Ama. That work on the standard-based curriculum, that is in operation. And the focus of the standard-based curriculum, as against the objective-based one, it's more about critical thinking, it's activity-based and all that. And this curriculum is very progressive. And that is what will help us to produce the needed learners with critical thinking skills, to help our nation, move progressively forward. Thank you.
Look, I have been very concerned about getting qualified teachers to accept postings to rural communities. I've had occasions to, as we speak, I have communities in my constituency as a member of parliament that for so many years, I am the one in partnership with the communities, the one sponsoring teachers in these communities. The reason is simple. If we do not do that, those children will never have a chance for any education. No teacher who is really qualified, especially on the critical subjects that prepare students with the foundation they need. Go to these communities. Exactly what steps are you going to take in this short period of time to incentivize qualified teachers to go and teach in rural communities in Ghana?
So, Mr. Chairman, I think this is one issue that is dear to my heart, and I will sit down with the minister and my other deputy to think about that. Mr. Chairman, I'll take myself as an example. When I completed a training college, and I was posted to my 18 junior high school. I decided that I'll go to that place, though I didn't know there, and I'll go and help the learners because their parents pay taxes. When I went to the village, at those times, even still, you have to sit on top of vehicles to get there. When I got there, a woman came to me and said that, when you go back, you won't return. And I said, I will come back. I went to that place, and I taught, and I was able to identify.
You're lucky at the time you were going, the road has been constructed.
No,
so
no.
You could sit on top of a
Oh,
car.
ask.
I know the place very well. They're all
It is
part
still,
of my
yes,
father's land.
yes. Uh-huh.
So I know the place. We used to walk from Obuasi to Mile 9.
Used to walk from
Yes.
from Obuasi Junction to my 9 to my 18 miles alone. I used to walk. So the point is that I think in this country, the time has come for us to encourage and also educate the young ones the need to sacrifice. Sacrifice for the country, sacrifice for others' children. And if you did this, I'm sure posterity will always remember you. I went there and I gave myself, I sacrificed, and I helped the learners there. And Mr. Chair, through my obedience in going there, I was able to help some of them. Thomas Menu at the GTech, through me, if I had not gone there, Thomas Menu would have come to GTech, and others that through my help came to Kumasi to enjoy secondary education at that time. So these are some of the things the counseling unit you talk about can help us to encourage them to give their quota to our dear country. Thank you.
Prof, this is really my last point, but it's not really a question, it's a request. I had just issued a statement 2 weeks ago about the need for us to strengthen our local languages in school. And I was using the Nzima language and how we can even produce Nzima teachers. I had so much support from colleagues that the speaker referred the matter to the Education, Finance, and Tourism Committee for us to strengthen this discussion and bring a report back. The minister somehow lays the coffin by a directive that has just been told by the ranking that he's going to make sure that exams in our local language is no longer compulsory. This is heartbreaking. Can you assure us that you will take steps to engage the minister using your experience and convince the minister, if indeed what we've heard is correct, and I believe it is, that he has to revisit and review that decision?
Ajay, language is the soul of every country, of every people. And for me, I hold the opinion that we must strengthen our local languages. Mr. Chair, when I was studying in Germany, I remember a day we had a team of scholars from Oxford University. The dean at that time was Rudolf Tippelt. It was about language of instruction. And I remember vividly that the dean, a German scholar, said that Germans have decided to make sure that English is strengthened in their society because when they write in the German language, they don't get people to even read them. So for me, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, I can tell you as a psychologist that every child introduced to any ecology, when the right language is introduced, the child can grasp that language. What do we want? Thank you.
Congratulations, all the best.
Yes,
Chair.
Leader.
Good afternoon.
Ranking. Hey, leader, sorry. And Mr. Chair, MPhil students, when they graduated, decided to learn how to sew. And there are numerous of them. Some of them even sew and give them to me as present. And I think that that is the mindset that we should be having. I live in Germany for about 8 years, and that has been the thinking of their education system. It's not solely about the academic progression, but more about skills development. And if we are able to invest hugely in this direction, I think that we will be addressing the issue you are raising. That's the way to go. And even, Mr. Chair, at the tertiary level, we should also be mindful of, especially yesterday, an issue was raised about technical universities and all that, how to restrict them to a certain niche area where we can say that this particular technical university, this should be your niche area. Maybe they can do other programs, but you should specialize in this area, this skill set, these competencies. That is how we will be able to develop, our middle level manpower resources. That will be a gain for us. So this will be my attitude, and I'm happy that, Mr. Chair, this is captured in the education strategic plan that is being implemented. We need more resources to actualize that. Thank you.
I don't know how it happened, but you see, this land of Ghana was called Gold Coast because when the first foreigners came, they saw gold everywhere. In fact, I'm told that the first place they begged was Elmina. And the name Elmina is a Portuguese name for the mine. The locals call their place Edna, but they call the Elmina, the mine. It means they were mining there. All around us, we knew about mining, but none of those activities destroyed the environment nor water bodies. At the time, there were no mining engineers, there were no hydrologists, there were none. Environmentalists, they hadn't had any of those educations. Yet, they could mine effectively and still have an excellent environment. Do you think that what we call education today, which we so proudly tout, I have this, I have that, it has served our country well? Shouldn't we be looking at what there was before the European education came?
Mr. Chair, education is supposed to transform. And there's a difference between schooling and education. Going to school and receiving education. If education doesn't affect your values, your way of thinking positively, then that is not education. It's just like, just going to school. That is why looking at the standard-based curriculum as well, Mr. Chair, focus has to also be strengthened in the area of values, in the area of attitudes, in the area of patriotism, in the area of sacrifice. These are virtues that we need to strengthen at the level. So if you're able to get this right at the basic level, then it cascades to the system. That's why, have you observed, in other jurisdictions, when their national anthem is being played, you can see the compassion, the emotional attachment to it. I went to Morocco some time ago, and you go there and you see their national flag being displayed everywhere. These are small things that we overlook. But if you're able to look at them well, Mr. Chair, I tell you, let us revisit our values. Let us revisit all these things. That is what we're talking about. Those times, it was difficult to even see some of this stuff, and still you were scared.
Okay, actually, that's my listed next question. Values. And it comes back to the kind of education we have. the content of the education, all the transformation that I have experienced. I was at the university when they started the JHS system. They said we are introducing hands-on educational training. As a result of that, we took away the learning of the things that surround us, our history and the things. We took them away. But today, the content of what we teach in any of our schools do not include the values which you tout, the values of integrity, the values of honesty, the values of nationalism, patriotism. But it will not happen by accident unless we teach them and we enforce them and we ensure that it becomes part of our psyche. It will not happen. So you've been talking about new educational strategy. Is there any such things of inculcating values in our kids? I believe strongly it should start from the nursery. The values that we want children to see. I've seen in some countries, the nursery. The teacher enters the classroom. The first thing the teacher says, if it's not yours, the children will respond, don't take it. If it's not yours, don't take it. It is better than the rhymes we learn. The rhymes our children learn at the nursery today. If they learned this, they will learn the value of not stealing. I think that you may want to consider discussing with your minister, relook at what values there are in our nursery education. I wish you well.
Thank you, Chair.
So, before I let you go, let me acknowledge the different people that have come to support you. Honorable Richmond Jenim Boati, Municipal Chief Executive Kwadaso. Thank you for coming to support the Honorable Member, Honorable Joseph Bonsu from Pong, DC Afano Southwest. We thank you, Honorable DC. Nana Bamfo Nyako, the brother of the Honorable Member. You're welcome. Miss Annabelle Nyako, daughter of Professor Nyako, okay. Nana Obosika, representative of Nanan Kansa Buedwaya Boafonzema Hene. Nana, you're welcome. Nana Opokwa Babu, Edum Pampa Sutra for Hene. Nana, you're welcome. Nana Kokwa Bra Sika, Tepamai Hene, Apesamaka Hene. Nana, you're welcome. Nana Kojonsia, Tepa Bonkrum, Tepa Bonkrum Hene. Nana, you're welcome. Honorable gift to you, here could do. Is she here? Oh, why are you hiding at the back? You should have come here. I would have let you sit at the table. We thank you for coming to support the Honorable Member. Kwadasu Constituency Executive, I hear all of you are here. Chairman, I recognize you. Thank you for coming. All Assembly members from Kwadasu, we thank you for coming to support. Electoral coordinators of Kwadasu constituency. You brought the whole party here. Polling station executives also came. Yeah. Okadosupa. Dependable ladies. Wow, okay. I hear Honorable Nana Ehunabo Brim Prajin Sem. Nana, is he here? Oh, wow. You're hiding at the back. We thank you for coming to support the... Yes, Nana Prajin Sem himself. Yes. You're welcome. We thank all of you for coming to support the nominee. Nominee, now you're discharged. You hear from us later. Thank you very much.
Chair.
kindly administer the oath.
Bible, okay. I, Festus Iwakofi,
Swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee,
that the evidence I shall give before this committee,
touching on the matter in issue,
touching matter in issue,
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable Dr. Festus Iwakofi, on behalf of the committee, I congratulate you on your nomination as a Deputy Minister Designate for Employment and Labor Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
As I've said to all MPs who have appeared before us, by the fact of being a member of parliament, you're already qualified to be a Minister of State, or a Deputy Minister of State. But we will need you to tell us how you assist your minister. The labor front work is patience and persistent and calm demeanor to ensure that you assuage angers and flaring tempers. So tell us how you're going to support your minister to achieve a calm labor relations in the country.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you rightly said, the labor agitation needs calmness, patience, tolerance, and I believe that is what my minister, for the past 7 years, the strategy that he has adopted to calm the situation. If you look at the agitation rate and how it's been resolved, it is really on the favorable trend. There to support the minister, and therefore I will learn from the minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So tell us about yourself. Take us through your CV.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Festus Iwakofi, born and bred in Dunga-Onofin. I started my education at a community called Imrayim and continue at Dunga-Onofin for stage 2. Stage 3, I went back to my same village in Imrayim and came back to Dunga-Onofin for stage 4, class 4 then, completed Dunga-Onofin Middle School, continued my education at Takwa Secondary School, where I had my O-level in 1986. Pursued my A-level program at Fijai Secondary School, 88. Then 89, I entered University of Ghana. Completed in 1992. On the education front, I had my master's and my ACCA program. Completed it in 2002 and 2003, all in London. Came back to Ghana, pursued Chartered Institute of Banking program, professional course. I qualified. I did a risk management program, professional risk management program, ARM 54, 55, and 56, to become associate member of risk management. Then in 2015, I decided to pursue my doctorate program in risk management with NIB, Zurich, an affiliated university in Switzerland, also in risk management.
On employment, Mr. Chair, after university in 1992, one year national service, which I did at Secretary District. In 94, I taught at Dunkwabon Pensim for a year, then to Commission on Human Rights, also for a year, before I joined Deloitte and Touche in August 1995 till November 1998, where I joined First African Group and its subsidiaries as a Chief Finance Officer. I worked there till 2020. 2001, when I pursued my ACCA program in London. Came back with that company for a year, then worked briefly with Cocoa Merchant for 3 months before I joined Bank of Africa, then Amalgamated Bank in March 2005 till April 2020, when I exited to pursue my political career. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Looking at your CV, seeing that you've worked in the corporate finance area for quite a while, so you must be quite familiar with agitation of workers in respect of conditions of service. How do you assess the workers' front today in Ghana?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the workers today are being very current, abreast of time. But in terms of the condition of service demand, it has never been a different thing. If I look at the trend analysis of accreditation and how they are being resolved, based on the competency of my minister, I can see the trend is very favorable. If you look at, for the past 6-7 years, about 4,200 accreditation has been reported to the ministry, out of which about 64%, which is 2,008, has been resolved. It's on the decreasing trend, a clear indication that the ministry is doing well in terms of its labor relations with the entire workforce of the country. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Gabriel Donko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want a little bit of clarification on the CV. Did you do a full-time Doctor of Business Administration program?
No, please.
You did a part-time program?
Yes, yes, please, Mr.
From 2015, October 2015 to December 2018.
Exactly so, Mr. Chairman.
And within the same time frame, in 2017, you did a master's in applied business research. Was that also part-time?
Yes, please.
In the same institution and at the same time, you were registered for 2 programs. Is that the case?
It's a progressive program. The doctorate program, you need to finish the first part, which is research, after which you are awarded the master's program in research.
And so there are no 2 degrees, effectively?
There are 2, please. One is master's, one is doctorate.
You see, yeah, in other jurisdictions and in other universities, for example, I was registered for MPhil/PhD. And then, depending on your performance, you move on straight to PhD. So you don't exit. It is when the university has a challenge, then you exit at the MPhil. And that's why I'm just wondering why in the same space of 3 years, you come up with a DB. Of course, this is a vocational doctorate. as we call it in the academia. And yes, and an MSc. I'm just wondering, but if that is okay with the National Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, who am I? That is just for clarification. As a deputy minister assisting your minister, I just want to have your take on the pension age in Ghana. And this is important in the context that in the United Kingdom, for example, the pension age is being raised to 72 because people are living longer, and the burden of early retirement on pension funds and on state security has become a challenge. So what is your take on the pension age? That's the first one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, in United States, as you indicated, it's a jurisdiction that I believe the labor force, is quite important, and their unemployment rate is relatively here. It's also very low. We are in this country that we have population being, percentage being that of the youth. About 48% of our population are youth, and we have 33% of them also in the ages of 15 and 24. And we also have about 400,000 students coming out every year into the labor market. Mr. Chair, we need to give opportunity to the youth. And once you attain the age of 60, it doesn't mean you cannot do anything else. You can go on pension and still undertake other activities, because it will be very unfair for us to train this large section of our youth and still extending the pension age either to 65 or 70. So the existing laws, I believe, doesn't permit that. But if you ask my opinion, which is not the opinion of the ministry though, that is what I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Tier 1 pension is the foundation on which the pension structure of Ghana is built. In the Tier 1 pension, the self-employed are relatively very few on Tier 1. As a deputy minister advising and assisting the Minister for Employment and Labor Relations with special responsibility also for pensions. Yes, the minister is. Yeah, he has special responsibility for pensions.
Is that his appointment?
Yes.
Does his letter say that he has special responsibility for pensions?
The minister, yes. I'm the ranking member.
Please, we have a letter from the president. He's nominated as a deputy minister. When he goes to the ministry, what the ministry will do is none of our business now. So
no,
just stay with the deputy minister.
Mr. Chair, I was building a case that he is a deputy minister. He has a responsibility to assist and advise the minister. His minister has responsibility for pensions. Yeah. Yes, that was the premise. And yes.
I thought you said the nominee, has special responsibility for pensions. Okay.
No, it's minister. But he has a responsibility to assist and advise the minister. So I'm wondering that with the Tier 1 pension, which is the basic pension scheme in this country, what policy advice will he give to the minister in expanding the Tier 1 pension scheme to the large informal army we have in this, army of workers we have in this country?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr. Chair, the Tier 1 pension scheme, which is solely being handled by SSNIT at the moment, has grown in figures. Between 2016 to date, I think they've added more than 2 million to the pension scheme. And they are delving into the informal sector. For last year alone, per records, about 600,000 people were added to the pension scheme. So it is already on the increasing trend. Thank you.
The Ministry of Employment has responsibility for workers, has responsibility for the workplace welfare, and has responsibility for building a labor force for Ghana. As we speak, the Ghanaian state owes SSNIT over 2 billion cedis in social security payment arrears. And if the accumulated interest, according to the law, which ought to be 3% per month in arrears, is added to it, it brings another 20 billion CD debt to SSNIT. Yes. Yes. As the deputy minister assisting the minister managing the labor front, and this has been a very thorny issue, what advice are you going to give to the minister in getting the Ghanaian state to sit down and negotiate payment terms as is required by law? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the total assets under management of SSNIT was given as 15 billion. And I'm therefore very surprised that the government is owing SSNIT to the tune of more than 20 billion. If I'm given the confirmation, I will please cross-check these figures, and I will advise the minister accordingly. Thank you.
Very well. Yeah, let me come here before I come to you. Yes. Yes.
Dr. Festus Awuwa Kofi, congratulations. You have a very, very impressive CV, and your competencies are not in doubt. It is said that the health of the economy has a factor on employment. And the whole world is educated that the COVID really contracted the economies of the world, which by necessary implication means that employment will suffer, because if economy is contracting, it can absorb workers. Do you think this world scenario impacted on Ghana and explains why we have had some unemployment challenges?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is true, that the labor force obviously is affected with the performance of the economy. It does that on two fronts, Mr. Chair. The first front is the performance of the economy will influence the determination of the minimum wage and workers' agitation for better condition of service. If you look at the factors that influence the computation of the minimum wage, they are all economic factors. The previous minimum wage, the real and the nominal capital, GDP growth, inflation, and the rest. These are all macroeconomic indicators. And therefore, worsening situation obviously will affect the determination of the wage bill. The other leg is it will affect productivity, and most of these components will fold up, therefore unemployment. So is it a true statement that the performance of the economy obviously will affect the labor market? Thank you.
Doctor, I'm very persuaded that you are partnering with a very, very, very good man, your minister. And when we're in cabinet together, I should tell him, by what witchcraft are you able to contain the agitations of the labor front? And he will always laugh. So I think you are going to give him all the help. And with the number of months ahead of us, we're going to have a very good, atmosphere for productivity to thrive. And you give him 100% cooperation in your assistance to the substanding minister. I do not think I have any further question to ask you. I am persuaded already that you are very good material for the job.
Yes, Kumo, I'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, please. Not Kumo.
Sorry. Searcher from please. After Kumo. Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Kofi. How are you going to protect the youth from employers who are using NEPCO and minimum wage as a yardstick to underpay workers and to some extent exploit the jobless, vulnerable youth, regardless of their qualification or the number of hours they work? How will you support your minister?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the government payroll, the minimum salary there is not the wage, the daily minimum wage. It's, the base pay is always higher than that of the daily minimum wage. So that is what I need to correct here. Two, if you look at the employment policy, the last bit objective is for us to strengthen governance and labor administration. So the issue of being abused by employers and other things are all being captured in there. And I believe the ministry is doing a very fantastic job so far. Like I indicated, the complaints have reduced, and the human relationship, the labor relationship is also very cordial. If you look at it, the number of trade union certificates that the ministry has issued for the past 8 years, about 53. Certificate for bargaining is also about 483. So these are soft touch that the ministry uses to meet the demands of the labor force. Thank you.
My final question. Please, Dr. Kofi, have you heard of so-called protocol list? Does it exist? How will you do to support your minister to put an end to that and then give equal opportunity to other people?
Honorable, well, can you clarify your question? Protocol list to where? To the stadium or to enter parliament? Can you clarify?
I will leave for the protocols here. What do you do to support your minister giving equal opportunity to other people?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the mandate of the Ministry of Employment is to coordinate the employment from the various ministries of sector. It's a comprehensive sectoral approach. The ministry directly doesn't influence the employment of people in the other ministries. Thank you.
All right. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Congratulations, my brother.
Thank you, Honorable.
The Youth Employment Agency was established under the Youth Employment Act, 2015, Act 887, to empower young people to contribute meaningfully to socio-economic and sustainable development of the nation. Can you say that YEA has achieved this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, like you already pointed out, 2015, we have the YEA document approved, and that was its key objective, is to ensure the youth are provided with the necessary jobs and skills. We know the socioeconomic importance of and risk of employment and unemployment, and therefore successive governments have all tried very hard to reduce the unemployment rate among the youth. Yes, between 2016 to date, even last year, if you look at, if we read the budget or the State of Nation address delivered by the Excellency President some few weeks ago, indicated even last year alone, about 93,000 youth were engaged in the various programs, and it has since been increasing. It slowed down only in 2020 because of COVID, but beyond that, we've been having an increasing trend of the youth engagement. There are challenges too, but I believe on the whole, they are doing a very good job. Thank you.
Well, I think there is still room for improvement looking at the teeming unemployed youth in this country. But if you are given the opportunity to be the Deputy Minister for Employment, what are the 2 key things within this short time that you assist your minister achieve?
Within this short time. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my minister is a finance man, is an accountant, and I believe he appreciates the government's total allocation of the emolument of this country more than I do. It's a serious risk that as a nation we all have to address it. Taking more than 50% or 40-something% of our tax. It's a trend that we cannot look on. And therefore, we'll look at the embark on advocacy as an advisor to the government on employment ministry. We will do as much as possible how we can bring this to the fore and indicate the risk that it poses to the nation when you have so much being emolument and affecting the physical discipline of our economy. 2, as a finance man, the performance measurement of the ministry is purely non-financial. Though it can be a cost center, they don't generate income. In most of the sittings that I've had with the various ministries at Finance Committee, when it comes to the performance measurement, non-financial performance measurement, it's always equated to activity base, which I think that should be looked at. For instance, if inspectorate division visits a company, if you are budgeted to visit about 10 times in a year and you do 9, the activity will indicate about a 90% score. And therefore, that division must be grabbed for or must be applause. That is not the issue. I'm looking at what is the performance indicator. Your numerous visits at the inspectorate division, what happened? Did it improve the accidents, the incidents of the factory floor, or what? Again, if you look at an internal auditor visiting you for many times and scoring 9 over 10, it doesn't mean that he has done an excellent job. Your mandate is to ensure that the processes and procedures are followed. So your numerous visits to the company, what has happened to the breaches? Has it come down? That is performance measurement. That within this very short time as you stipulated, if the minister gives me that mandate, I will sit down with the team, then we'll see how we can redraft the basis of our performance measurement in the non-financial indicators. Thank you.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Gifty.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Senior, congratulations.
Yes, Honorable. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I attended Takwa Secondary School. So, and he was there before I got there. Yes. Yes. Dr. Kofi, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For the opportunity to be part of the executive. When I was a little girl, Suhum was very famous because of the building of bone shaker, wooden articulator, heavy tongue vehicles. Now, when we get to the place where they had these workshops, where they were building these bone shakers, you won't find any sign of even an old Bedford truck there. Now, the whole world is talking about climate change. As they're talking about climate change, definitely going to affect some group of labor. So as we try very hard assenting to the various treaties on global warming and all the likes, how are these going to affect our labor force and how can we manage it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yes, is it a fact that the emission of the carbon dioxide is really affecting our environment? And it has been a global concern. Likewise, Ghana has played a very key role in how we can accommodate emission of this greenhouse gas into the atmosphere. And if you look at our policy, the employment policy, they've come out of green house projects just to meet our goal, to reduce the emission of carbon dioxide. And obviously, Mr. Chair, it will come with loss of job, it will come with gains of job, it will come with modification of skills as well. And that is why, in the wisdom of the ministry, they've come out of these programs and started the current CVET, TVET, all earmark towards the impact of the greenhousing, the climate change. The NSSBI are all part of the program because the identification of the exposure is there that certain jobs will be lost. But like I said, because it comes with modification, they've embarked on training new models, the skills by the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and the STEM schools are all geared towards giving more or additional skills to cater for the loss of job that will come as a result of the climate change. Thank you.
Dr. Kofi, again from your CV, I've seen something that is attracting most. You are married with 5 children. Let me land. How many do you have? You have 2. How many of us have 2? 2, 3, 2, 3. He has 5. And I admire him for that. You don't have 11, yeah. So, Dr. Kofi, the issue about child labor, it started with the Labor Ministry. How are you going to educate us on what is child labor? And then, how are we going to ensure that it is very much mitigated? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to relate the number of children that I have with the child labor. Yes, I love children. I wish I could give more, but my wife behind me will not. Mr. Chair, child labor has been with us for years, and it is one of the priority areas of ILO. It's more prevalent in the agri sector, in the mining sector, manufacturing sector, and the others. Basically, the key sectors of the economy have all had experience in that. The child labor definition is any activity that will harm the child or that will even affect the health and safety of the child. Even that will even influence its moral issues. Yes, and that will prevent the child from going to school or attending the highest level of education. So the ultimate is to push these children back to school. It has been a very contentious issue in the past because that is as to the clear lines are not there. What is child labor? What if I'm helping my daddy in the farm and blah, 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 blah. But now, with 2 conventions coming into play, that is, the one is the hazardous work, which the ministry has come out of a program. It's a framework now. And that hazardous framework is any activity that will harm the child. They've gone beyond that, and we are looking at the worst form of child labor. That is more serious. And if you look at the full definition of the worst form of child labor, there will not be any ambiguity that what a child labor is. You will definitely know this is a child labor, and therefore we don't need to encourage. Like I said, there has been a collaborative effort of the ministry with Cocoa Board and the other sectors to make sure they calm down this child labor issue. Thank you.
Dr. Kofi, congratulations.
Thank you.
You know that. Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, Dr. Kofi, on your nomination as the Deputy Minister Designate for the Ministry of Employment. Go back to page 2 on your CV. Under employment history. Member of Parliament elect, Upper Denchira East Constituency, Central Region, December 7, 2020 to date. You have since been sworn in. You were sworn in on the 7th of January 2021. So you are no longer elect. You are a full member of Parliament. So that must reflect in the records. You are an MP, Mapa. Then, Mr. Chair, I don't know whether the committees that he belongs to, I mean, it's all part of the work as a member of Parliament. So you don't really have to single them out. It's all part of your membership. So in future, we require that they add. Okay, thank you. I think that's all I've got to. Congratulations, and I wish you well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair. Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Kofi, congratulations for being nominated for this high office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Coincidentally, I happen to teach at Takwa Secondary School, but then the year that I came, I was also just left for Vijay. If I had done the sixth form there, I would have taught you geography there. Yeah, and my simple question is on this single spine policy, the single spine policy. People have commented that the spine has been overloaded, that has failed to resolve the salary disparities among workers with the same qualification and doing the same job. When you have approval to join the Honorable Minister, who has done a very good job there, what are you bringing to board? I mean, to see whether you would still maintain it or it needs a little modification to accommodate, I mean, to resolve the seeming salary disparities among workers of the same skill, doing the same job, but being paid differently. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. The Act 6+1, Section 112, that talks about the tripartite committee, the mandate was to ensure that they are fair and transparent in the implementation of the government policy. As we speak, I know we have about 90% of our public and civil servants on this single span, with the exception of very few, the Article 71 holders who are not on that. With the mandate from the minister and with the technical team, we'll have a second look at these disparities that you are indicating, and we'll make sure that is addressed in future. Thank you.
Congratulations for your appointment.
Yes, leader.
Chairman, thank you. Honorable, congratulations.
Thank you, leader.
I just have a few questions for you. You are a member of parliament and you are about to be a deputy minister at a ministry that deals with the labor force in this country. What will be your response to any government, like a teacher who says your Article 71, you have days, you have, what do you call it? What's the name they call it? Ex gratia and everything, and you have all this, and you are not giving us the opportunity to have as much as. What is the makeup of your so-called article? This and ex gratia. Do you know what it is? If you have one, do you know what they are calling ex gratia?
Mr. Chair, honestly and respectively, I have not received any ex gratia before. I've heard, yes, and I'm here to know, and we'll look at the difference between that and the single spine. Thank you.
Okay. Are you aware of any policies in the country that work against the rights of people living with disability gaining employment fairly as their counterparts without, who are living without known disabilities?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Without any documentation, I think we should just be on a very fair ground that each and everyone is given an equal opportunity when it comes to employment and any other activity in this country. They are all Ghanaians. To the extent that they are being deprived, I cannot say it here. I don't have any knowledge. I don't have the statistics. I don't have the figures of disabled people who are looking for a job and they are not getting or being deprived because of their disability. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have an act, this House passed an act to protect the rights of people living with disability, not only in terms of fairness in providing them with jobs, but in the environment in which they work. So you have already said you are not aware. Are you aware of the Disability Act at all?
Not too much that I have dealt into it. But when it comes to environment, I know we need to provide provisions for disabled, for instance, during the construction phase. I'm very much aware of that. Thank you.
Honorable, what do you see to be the biggest trigger for labor agitation in Ghana?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The biggest trigger or the largest trigger is obviously the take-home, the condition of service, which includes salaries and the work environment and all that. But and the fact that if you're able to take the proactive approach, like what my minister has done, when people are looking for union certificate and you are being deprived for no other reason, when they are asking for bargaining certificate, whatever, and you still deprive them, like I indicated for the past 6 years, almost 483 bargaining certificates have been issued. So it's softened the stance that at least we have been heard of. But if we keep on pushing them and throwing them away, and when it results, the end result is agitation. So I think the soft stand that the ministry has also taken, ensuring that they give more labor union certificates and other bargaining certificates, is also in a way has helped the ministry to reduce the agitation. But the bottom line is condition of service. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Last question to you is this. I notice you do some private business as well. And then your core business is renting of offices and shops. What are the reasons? Of course, it means you have staff who work for you. So what factors inform the reasons you give people promotion or pay rise? What do you consider in terms of deciding if you were to employ 10 people, all of them on the same qualification, on the same range? Or will you just say that you have worked here for 2 years, so I'm giving all of you promotion and pay rise? Or what informs how you carry out promotions and pay increases?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pay rise, there are a number of factors. One is the productivity. Two is the risk involved in the discharge of that responsibility. 3, we will look at how much is the person is also bringing on board. The number of years he has spent obviously will influence. But if it's about pay increase, for you to be very fair, you also have to look at the general economic situation. If inflation is within reasonable period, we all go to the same market, and we have to put their shoes in their shoes. So inflation obviously will be a factor. And many other factors. In the employment ministry, I know they have about 13 or so contributable factors that they take into account in the determination of who gets what and the rest. So the key factor I will look at is the productivity, the risk, and other things. Thank you.
You don't just promote somebody or increase the salary because he's going to bring a new master's degree. That is not enough for you to increase his pay or give him promotion.
Mr. Chair,
Assuming his productivity is the same.
Yes, like I indicated, productivity obviously will be a key factor. So if you have your master's and bringing that master's on board has really affected your productivity, the output per unit, why not? It will be considered. Thank you.
So without the new master's degree, if the person's productivity improves, assuming at the same time, the two of them were employed at the same rate, one have gone to bring a master's degree whose productivity is the same as the person who doesn't have a new master's degree, but who, according to you, brings the same level of productivity, will you decide that one have got a master's degree, so you increase his pay more than the one who also produces the same level of productivity, but without an additional degree?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Qualification, like I indicated, is one of the factors that influence pay salary, but it depends on the weight. But when I was in the bank, we have clerks who were taking more salary than the officers who had just come out of first degree or even masters. So it's a factor that we take into account, but it's not a major factor in deciding who gets what. Thank you.
Chairman, I have no doubt that you have a background in risk and other things. Like the chairman said, you are venturing into a ministry. I'm told that your ministry is a ministry when other ministers have gone to create their own problems, then they bring it to you to solve. So they have no problem creating the problem at the education ministry, health ministry, and then they direct them to you to solve. So I wish you well in the solving of other people's problems.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Deputy Minister, Nominee of Employment and Labor Relations, Honorable Festus Sawa Kofi. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you, Leader.
I
Thank you,
see
Chairman.
that you came with revered chiefs and queen mothers, including Nana Jinsem from Kusha. Nana, you are welcome. And let me say that I've since my visit, thanks to SSNIT by-election, been preaching how clean your town is and how you did the magic and get a community to really imbibe in this sanitation and making sure that the culture of cleanliness around our communities. One day when I have the capacity, I will let you do that for the whole of communities around our country. So Nana, you're welcome. Honorable Nominee, there's truly a skill gap in Ghana. The term graduate unemployment is really well known. We've been throwing out unemployment figures of over 14.7 and a lot of challenges of graduates getting jobs. But the truth is that there's really a skill gap between the skills we are churning out and the skills required in the job market. Honorable Nominee, what will you do working with your minister to close this skill gap and make sure that people are being prepared for the world of work and the skill that is required?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I believe the experimental JSS that was initiated by our late president was a very good program. Unfortunately, many perceived it as an inferior profession, and therefore, if you give the child the option to look at secondary school and technical, they tend to opt for the secondary school, and that is really affecting us. Notwithstanding, the current educational curriculum, the STEM and the others, are all to forestall whatever skill gap that, as a country, that we've lost. We need to revisit the relative importance of technical schools in this country. Otherwise, we should expect more unemployment youth in the system. Like I indicated, 400,000 graduates coming out every year. Most of them attend schools without skills. So I'm very happy with the current educational program that is ongoing to train our youth. Thank you.
Occupational health and safety in our work environment, especially in the construction industry, is not the best. What will you do if you get a nod to enhance health, occupational health and safety in our workplaces?
Yes, leader, you are right. It's not the best. I will really give the maximum support to my minister to have it regulated, and also apply my background in risk management to investigate some of these incidents that happens at the construction and the factory floors, especially the root cause strategy, and that will ensure that it doesn't reoccur. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Parting of, and this is not to single, expatriate businesses, but there's been a pattern, a growing pattern of more treatment of Ghanaian workers by expat employers. There was a reported incident of a Chinese national supervisor cutting the throat of one Isaac Boating in Kwekuma, a community in the Secondary Takoradi area. Yeah. There was an incident where a female Chinese supervisor at Peter Pan restaurant in Accra slapped with a hot pizza a Korean employer. I mean, there's a lot of cases that has been reported about more treatment of Ghanaian employees. What different measures do you have in place to deal with this pattern of more treatment by these experts with Ghanaian employees?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will simply put it that let's place value on our citizens instead of the other way around, and allow the law to work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's also a pattern often of the violation of the rights of workers. Especially it has happened in government institutions. There's this pattern and culture of proceed on leave. Sometimes we do that because we have the power and the authority. In one case, the President of the Republic, Nana Akufo-Addo, in June 2020, directed the Auditor General Daniel Yao Domlevo to proceed on leave. His accumulated leave of 169 working days. Well, the Supreme Court has ruled that the President's decision to force the former Auditor General, Daniel Domlevo, to go on leave was unconstitutional. This is a pattern of culture that we must stop. Honorable nominee, working with your minister, exactly what steps differently will you take to make sure we stem this pattern of violation of the rights of the worker in Ghana?
Mr. Chair, the only opportunity available to the Ghanaian worker is to have this union formed and approach the ministry for a certificate so that they can fight and protect the interest of the workers. Like I indicated, more of such certificate has been issued and bargaining certificate has also been issued. It really helps a lot. So we encourage as many as possible to approach the ministry. We are there for them. I'm not yet there, but my minister and the ministry has always been there for the Ghanaian workforce. Thank you.
Last question is a very important one. It has to do with the term sexual harassment in the workplace. And I've had experience where in other jurisdictions, if you're going to work for any corporate institution, at least quarterly basis, you will be given training. Because that term, sexual harassment, is a very broad one. It includes comments that, quite frankly, make your co-worker uncomfortable, especially the female workers at the workplaces. And it has caused a lot of stress. It continues to do so in Ghana. Exactly what will you do working with your minister to put measures in place for us to really minimize this incident of sexual harassment in the workplace?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an act that we cannot condone, but it's a psychological problem. And I think in every organization, without reference to the employment ministry, should try and engage this clinical psychologist to educate the entire employee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Following on that, will you recommend training for workers, especially in the government sector, quarterly training for workers, especially people who are in positions of authority, to have some kind of training on this very important subject? Will you recommend that to your minister?
Yes, Mr. Chair. It's a very good idea. Once, if I get there, I would strongly recommend that to my minister. And like you rightly pointed out, it's usually between the people of higher authority and the people of lower authority. So they need more of such orientations periodically. Thank you.
Honorable Kofi, I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well. I see that on your CV, there's an interesting post here which I wish to inquire what happened to it. Between 1998 and 2001, one of the leadership positions you had was a financial consultant for Yellow Cab Ghana Limited. Yellow Cab was a company that was bringing Tata buses, is that right? Yes. Yes, Tata buses. Were they assembling them here?
No, Mr. Chair. They were an agent importing Tata bus. And I said they have that exclusive right to set it up as in the country, but it's now a defunct one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is it's now what? Defunct. Oh, okay. I thought I had something to do with it about. No. Just at the time I joined EVIL, I think they had something about assembling vehicles. Very well. That's different from Willowbrook, but this is Tata. They brought in Tata. Very well. Now, I'm interested in contract employees. Members of Parliament are contract employees. At the end of the 4-year term, your contract is ended. You have to go back to seek re-employment. Even though it is true, because they have numbers, you keep quiet. I wish you well. But before...
Thank you, Mr. Chair,
before
for this advice. Yeah.
I have a short list here. Mrs. Justina Kofi, wife of the First Lady, we thank you for coming to us, support the honorable member. You're welcome. Nana Ade Kwame III, Denchira Isanse Hine. Nana, we thank you for coming to support. Nana Okufo Bro Obinuako III, Dukwa Hine. Nana, we thank Dunkwao. Oh, okay. All right. Nana, we thank you for coming to support the nominee. Nana Kojo Sebajimai, Denchira Buakwa Abakumahine. Nana, we thank you for coming. Nana Jeche Nim the third, Denchira Amuafo Hine. We thank you for coming, Nana. Francis Echampo, MBB Constituency Chairman, Upper Denchira East. Chairman, we thank you for coming. Honorable Ebenezer Forcing Apia, MC Upper Denchira East. We thank you for coming, MC. Mohammed, Mahmoud Sidi Ibrahim, Ezongo Chief of Dunkwa, you're welcome. Burma Sian Penning the third, Denchira Jase Hene. Nana, we thank you for coming. Nana Yayeboa the first, Adonti Hene of Chichiwere. Nana, we thank you for coming. And Nana Hima Ayusia, Ajim Pomahima. Did I get the name right? Ajim Pomahima. Nana, we thank you for coming. And all other persons who came to support the nominee, we thank you for coming to support him. Honorable Member, you are now discharged. Thank you. Thank you all. Now, can I bring in my MP? Honorable Kwasi Kunedu is the next. right, kindly bring in the nominee. Roads and transport. Oh, wait, how goes it transit? Okay, kindly administer the oath to him.
I,
I, Aquaculture,
swear by the name of the Almighty God
swear by the name of the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable Kwesi-Kunedu.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
On behalf of the committee, I congratulate you on your nomination as a Deputy Minister for Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's interesting how Lands and Forestry is where the President decided you should go. I thought he would put you at roads and highways so that you finish the Bokrum estate roads.
Mr. Chairman, the roads have been done, and I'm sure the President has also put competent people at roads. We will collaborate to fix the roads.
It's been done up to where? I'm on F line, F156. It doesn't reach mine. You know that.
Mr. Chairman, we are on your junction. You know we are just on your junction. We'll be climbing very soon.
My house is about 500 meters. If you don't finish that, it may affect how soon your report will come. So very well. Agozi, as I've said, you are a member of parliament, so you're clearly qualified to be a deputy minister. The constitution says that to be a minister, you must qualify to be an MP or be an MP, so you're clear. But you're going to go to a ministry to assist the minister. So we want to know with what you're going to assist the minister, how you assist the minister. So start by telling us a little about yourself, and then we'll ask you a few questions to assure us that you'll be useful to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee. Mr. Chairman, my name is Aquaculture. Born some 42 years ago to two mothers. And I say that in this room, I'm the only person with two mothers. Yes. I had primary education at Cambridge International School and Confanochi International School, and ended up at Opokwari School, Kumasi Santase, to obtain my senior secondary school certificate. It's the only school that, Mr. Chairman, you come out with an ordained title, Okatechi, a title that you have to be summoned before you can give. I went to the University of Ghana to pursue sociology and philosophy, and ended up going to Honorable Leader Amabue's school, KNUST, to also pursue development policy planning. He knows arguably is the best school, and that one we can struggle it out. So to be on the safer side, I have both. I also pursued a diploma in education at now Apia Minka University. As I'm staying with ACC, which I'm still pursuing. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I've worked severally with an NGO, and later on ended up as an audit assistant with KD Accounting Services, and also as an internal accountant for Poku Trading and Rural Services in Kumasi. Later on, I moved on to become the project manager for Greenfield Management Limited, in charge of Ashanti region. Mr. Speaker, from there, I ended up contesting to become the Member of Parliament for Menchiano, and today I'm seated in front of you and your committee to be vetted for the Deputy Ministerial position of Lands and Natural Resources. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Are you familiar with the Galamsey?
As we immediately say Galamsey, the whole room is burst into laughter. Yes, I am. I am, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have any idea how devastating that business is to potable water supply in the country?
Mr. Chairman, yes. Just about 2 days ago, I was on Facebook trying to peruse some news on, and I saw the River Pra and how brownish it looks. Mr. Speaker, yes, it is devastating to our water bodies, and it's a natural problem. The whole country. And I believe sincerely that, Mr. Speaker, it is a matter for all of us to collaborate and get it solved. And this problem transcends all of us. And once we all put ourselves together to make sure that we can solve it, probably we cannot eradicate it at a wish, but we probably can gradually take it off.
All of us are concerned about it, but you and your ministry would have the authority and the responsibility to make sure that mining gold does not interfere with our water bodies. Mining gold is an opportunity we should not fail to take advantage of, but it need not interfere with potable water supply. So tell us how you assist your minister to deal with that threat to survival, that is mining gold without interfering with the water bodies.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, the ministry alone, in my candid opinion, can't. It should be a collaborative effort between ourselves, the local government, because they have the ministries, departments, and the metropolitan municipals and district assemblies behind them. Because all of these things are done within the enclaves of our towns. However, on our part, and on the ministry's part in collaboration with my minister, and probably MENCOM, that is the Minerals Commission, and they hold the licenses to these areas. I think probably the effort that they are putting in place now to be able to have a geo map of where our mineral deposits are, so that they can have a containment and a confinement for these areas. I think, one, arguably now, in its current form, the community mining scheme, I believe we all have our opinions to share on it. I will not disagree with anybody. But those are some of the approaches, because once we are able to identify the mineral deposit in its concentration at these areas and confine the mining to those areas well regulated, Mr. Chairman, I'm sure we'll be able to contain this.
I'll let other people ask you a few questions then. I may return to that subject. Honorable Sanjananja, you appear very ready.
Okay. AK, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Looking at your CV, how many years did you attend the secondary school? Because I know it's what you have here is 1997 to 99.
Mr. Chairman, if you look at it, it will be 3 years. I entered in February 1997, and I exited in December 1999. So the whole of 97, 98, and 1999.
And your basic school education certificate is also 1992 to 1996.
Yes, that is Confederation International School. I entered in stage 6. I went to boarding at a very early age. That is in 1992 when I was 10 years old. And I exited in August of 1996. And in February of the following year, I went to Mortuary School.
Did you do 4 years there?
Yes, I did 4 years, and my first, from the KG to primary 5, was at Cambridge International School, then at Quadaso, now at Suffolai.
Mr. Chairman, just a humble one. I want to know, one of the flagship programs is the youth in Afforestation. I want to ask you, from where you sit, even though you haven't gone to the ministry, is it a successful program?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I like how you prefaced your question with, you haven't been there. So I will not try to do a post-mortem or analysis at this stage. But however, let me say from where I sit, yes. Rivers are very important, as well as the streams. They form, for me, what I say, the veins of our lands. So once they are blocked, your vein blocks, you are dead. It is not a matter of using more of a governmental clout, but I believe in stakeholder engagement and driving home the importance of these streams. If you talk about Nananum, do know the importance of these streams. I come from a village that is named after a stream, Pakuso. It was that river that was used in what we term in those days, cooking the war portions for war in a sense. So I know the importance of. So we will continuously do stakeholder engagement so that at least Nananum and all of us would appreciate the need for us to protect our river properties.
There is now a huge discussion about green minerals. I think you might have heard about the green minerals. Yeah, and
yes.
What is your sense of the green minerals, and how are we going to have a situation in which we have value addition if we want to move from gold, which is very known, to the green minerals?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, yes, Ghana has found its first green mineral, that is the lithium. Currently, I know a lease is being granted, but that cannot end there, because the laws require that such leases are brought to Parliament for us to peruse for ratification before exploration can be done. I believe such agreements, when they come before us, we would all be partakers of that and put an input in it so that what we demand and desire from the experiences of the gold, the diamonds, the bauxite that we've mined over all of these years can be put into that. So whatever advice that I have, whatever readings I have made, and whatever I've seen, I'll put that through in some form of a write-up to my minister and my colleagues at the ministry. Then that one will be brought here for us all to peruse that so that we can have the full benefit of our green minerals. Thank you, Chairman.
My final question. You've heard about the integrated aluminium industry, which most experts believe if it should go full throttle, I mean, we will not need IMF. But there is this scenario that some people are talking about, conserving the environment. So some people believe that let's do conservation of the environment, so we lose the largesse in the ground. We prefer butterflies to huge loads of United States dollars. It's happened in my backyard at the Atiwa range, and some people have even gone to court. Now, in the name of environmental concerns, a whole integrated aluminium industry should suffer, so that we conserve. Mr. Chairman, my brother here who comes from the same area, so that butterflies can fly. I didn't say that. If you want to ask permission to say it, yeah. My dear brother and friend, how do you juggle these two issues? I find it a bit weird. That, yes, but the very people who say that we don't have jobs, we need money, and the rest of it are talking about the fact that, oh, some enclaves should be preserved. And the question is that, are there no technologies that can be deployed now, as we know, that we can have a bit of the environmental conservation as against huge millions that buried underground. What is your sense of this opportunity cost?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, and that makes my answer to this question very simple. I believe we are now abound with technology, and we probably would have to explore a better way of mining these resources that we are endowed with sustainably. So that is the avenue and the path that the ministry, with myself and advice that I can offer my minister, will be charting on: sustainable mining and the preservation of our natural fauna and flora. Thank you.
I wish you well. And I have no doubt that given your persona, you are going to succeed. And I'll be monitoring you when I'm outside Parliament to see how you function in the next Parliament, because I'm interested in your forward movement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Nana. Most grateful.
We are not done with him. More are coming, so take your time. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Akwesi Kunedu. Congratulations, Akwesi.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Akwesi, with your demeanor, and when I'm talking about Akwesi's demeanor, soft-spoken, he respects everyone, very strategic. How are you going to support your minister in dealing with the issues of land, especially within the city? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Land is limited. And I remember a conversation and an advice that I chanced on from Otunfo. He says, and I would want to say it in true, so for whatever we are doing, we must be mindful as to how we go about distributing or demarcating or selling these lands. We hold it in trust for now and the future. So it is important how we manage these lands. And that is the vision and the mission of the ministry, to be able to sustainably and excel in the management of our lands, natural resources, our wildlife, and all. So we would have to engage, put up proper plans, leave some for now and for the future, and make sure that whilst development is catching up, we would also be able to still have some of these in line for. So it will be a matter of diplomatic engagement with them, trying to appeal to them, and that will be done through the ministry. Thank you.
Honorable Akwesi Kunedu, at least with the answering of these questions, you've demonstrated some of your attitude and temperament I'm talking about. So, Akwesi, congratulations.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yes. Should I come to leadership now? Very well. Yeah.
Akwesi, congratulations.
Thank you, leader.
People have spoken about your demeanor already, so I wouldn't go there. I have these few questions. I attempted getting some answers to these questions through your minister in the past. On 2 or 3 occasions, I didn't get it. But since you are a Ghanaian and a member of parliament, I will still ask. A section of the public believe that politicians basically lay hands on prime lands of the country and distribute it among themselves at sometimes the price of a song, and believe that they have distributed it across board, that no one will have the gut to demand accountability on the part of Ghanaians. I've asked the minister before. The first time I asked him a question on this, I said, can you tell me how, the lands which used to be government lands that has since been transferred to private individuals and entities across the country since 2017. He responded by saying that to do it across the country will be too much. It will take some time. I filed another question and say, can you do the same thing for lands in Accra alone? He repeated the same question. To you, do you believe that the Ministry of Lands cannot give account of lands that are legitimately transferred, which were government land that are legitimately transferred, sold or transferred to individuals or entities?
Thank you, Chairman. Leader prefixed his answer by saying he asked my minister, and he could not bring forth the answer that he was seeking for. I would not want to say that. I would want to give you the same thing. But I hear somebody saying at the table, who am I? But leader, I think openness in disposal of these lands is all that you seek for. Once you give me the opportunity and I get there, we will continuously collaborate and make sure that there is an open and transparent manner to be able to let you have a rest with this matter. So that assurance that my minister has given to you, I'll fully also continuously give you the same assurance that openness in the disposal of these lands will be made.
I can tell you, I have no confidence in our colleague, the minister, providing that answer. So don't scare me by saying you'll be like him in terms of providing the answer. He's everything, I like him everything, but I believe that where I sit, I believe any lands minister within a year can say that this year we didn't transfer any land. Last year we transferred one land. So I think it's just avoiding the obvious by answering the question. And I asked because I said a section of the public believe that all of us here who are MPs are just part of the same scheme, putting our hands on prime lands belonging to the state and sharing it amongst ourselves. So anybody who sees you thinks that you potentially own a government land, and I'm saying that I don't own one. You probably don't own one. So answering the question shouldn't be a difficulty, but I can understand. You are not the minister yet, so you are promising that as for you, when you get there, you bring transparency. I look forward, hopefully, within the shortest possible time, you will be a deputy minister. I look forward, I trust you. I look forward to the transparency you have promised. Secondly, it's about Galamsey. In an answer by my good friend, Honorable Lawyer Atachia, he lamented vehemently about the inability of the state to go and mine minerals in some areas that he himself initially said that are sacred, because in an earlier question he talked about how some water bodies in the past, nobody would venture, would dare go there. But then the second question, he asked that we should go and do the same thing, and as far as he's concerned, butterflies don't deserve that much attention. Is it the case that as a deputy minister, if the president were to ask your minister for an advice, and your minister asks you for an advice, should we go and enter those forests to mine bauxite? What will be your response to your minister?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, a leader asked me a hypothetical question. If, leader, I would request of you, once we get there and that question comes, I'm sure we'll be abreast with the full facts and we'll be able to make meaningful decisions.
Oh, this is not one of the questions you say when I get there. You want to be a deputy minister. Otherwise, there's no need for us to do this thing. You are as a member of parliament, you automatically qualify to be a minister. But it's about finding out what you will do at a specific ministry. I know you are a very good person, but it's just, in your opinion, if you were asked, should we go and mine in areas that would endanger the environment? We have been mining in this country before you and I were born. Obuasi has probably got a big hole under it. The mining that never transformed Obuasi into anything. So the question to you is, do you believe that just by going to those forests to mine bauxite or whatever, our problems as a country will be solved?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just as I said, and respectful leader, you asked that if the president asks for an opinion, probably that will first have to get to the president first for his perusal. But between you and I, that is why I said I believe in sustainable mining that will protect the environment as well. Whereas we are also trying as much as possible to be able to have the resources, harness them for the development of our country. So we probably would have to balance that act. Mine sustainably, be able to cover up some of these resources that we have for socio-economic development. So I believe in sustainable mining, Mr. Chairman.
You made a statement which was very good initially about land, and then I agree. I think the way land is managed in Ashanti region is to the admiration of many as to how Otumfo or Nananum in Ashanti region are able to at least manage land transaction appears to be better than other bigger cities, including the capital city. Is there anything as a son of Nana that you have learned as a child that you think can be a recommendation to other traditional areas in terms of at least an attempt to see if we can regulate, in addition to the existing law, to sanitize the way we manage land transactions in other towns and cities?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, we copy from what would benefit all of us. And once that you agree with me, or you say to me that the management of lands in Ashanti region you admire, we will go learn more about that, offer that in advice to our minister and the technical people, and continuously do engagement with Nananum. Once we are able to do that, I'm sure land management across the country will be better. Thank you.
Honorable, have you seen documentaries about some water bodies that used to be what you and I know maybe 10 years ago and what they are today in terms of the distraction? Have you watched documentaries about how degraded many of our freshwater bodies are over the period?
Chairman, not much of such documentaries. I just have a glance at them and probably move on to other things. But
have you physically seen any water body that you know in the past were clean and more wholesome, and today has completely turned into something that you don't even believe fish from there should end up on your table? Have you seen any river like that?
For that one, sure. Yes.
As a land minister, deputy minister going to the ministry, what would you do to support your ministry and government to ensure that we can reverse? Indeed, we can actually reverse some of these things, because once the river is flowing, if the distraction stops, the bad water will run off and then the replacement will be cleaner. What advice will you give to your minister?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, it's a matter of the effect of Galamsey, illegal mining and these activities in river bodies. Once we are able to stem that, I know for a fact that these river bodies will go back to it, and we have ecological and aquaculture in them coming back. So we probably would have to find a way, just as I said, collaboratively solve the problems of illegal small-scale mining, termed as Galamsey, near and in our river bodies. And our river bodies will get back to its former glory. Thank you.
The fight against illegal mining or Galamsey, are you aware that any river who used to be very bad has recovered?
For the one I saw that you talk about, that's why I said I haven't seen so much of them. But it goes on and off.
Seen any? That since we started the fight against Galamsey?
For that one, I can say Ankubra recovered.
Ankubra recovered?
Yes.
Okay. So it's
I live with Ankubra, please. I live right by the Ankubra. And
yes, in Abua.
The last week when I was coming, there was more than brown sugar. It's not recovered.
And that's what I said. It will get better. It's getting. Yes.
Right. Honorable, I have no doubt you mean well, but I was hoping, and I'm being frank, I was hoping you'll be more assertive in responding to some of these questions than this. And I must be frank with you, because the fight against Galamsey is a fight for our survival. The day we lose access to potable water, that is the beginning of the end of our species in our country. So I believe, and I know, I mean, you can't come in here and basically say that I know no river has recovered. It will mean that you will be undermining what your bigger people have said in the past, which you and I know are not exactly the case. But on this table, we know since the fight against Galamsey started, I am not aware that that fight has actually led to the recovery in terms of quality of the water in those channels. And I wish that when you get there, you lead us as a house to support the ministry and the government to work together to see if we can work to recover the quality of water in those rivers. It's for our own survival. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very well. Much.
Yes, Deputy Leader. Congratulations, Honorable, my good friend.
Thank you very much, Leader.
I know you will succeed. In this short period of time, tell us what you would define as success. Deputy Minister, response for lands, if you are given the nod. What will you define as success?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, to be able to define success means that there is something that you are evaluating. And up until I get there, I will not be able to be judged by anything now. And I know with your candid approval. Chairman.
Because see, my MP, the President is sending you to go and assist your minister. That is your definition. That is what the Constitution says. So what will be your success definition in this constitutional role?
It will be the overall success of my minister and the ministry.
That is what I was expecting you to say. I was nominated to go to the Ministry of Energy as Deputy Minister, and I'll tell you what my minister at the time told me. In fact, I think I went with Dr. Kobina Donko. He summoned us to our office and said, "Welcome, guys. You guys are here. Make sure you know that you are not ministers. So you are here to assist the minister. So every morning, I will determine what I want you to do. And I will expect you to do it. My good friend, I expect you to do exactly that. And play the role as a deputy minister in how the contest have defined it. And I'm sure you will go far. But let me take you to this very important point that has been raised so many times. It's important. It is about survival. And it has to do with how we extract gold, precious minerals from the ground. We started with Galamsey. It's been such a big problem. Now, the way it makes it so profound is that every government has tried it. President Akufo-Addo was very audacious. He said he put his presidency on the line. And I remember that statement. And when he started, we were all so excited. Where I always say that I concluded the bottom of this, or our failure, in the concluding report of Professor Boating, when he enumerated the causes of the failure of the interministerial committee. And among other things, he says that one of the reasons we failed had to do with interference of powerful people, including powerful government people and political operatives. Well, and chiefs, in fact, powerful, traditional authorities, a combination of all of that created a challenge. Given a chance as a deputy minister and knowing the things we know now, can you tell us what we can do differently to make sure we have a different outcome from all those experiences?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Leader made reference to Professor Frimpong Boateng's report. I'll lay hand on that and make a full read of that, form an opinion about that. Put in an advice with my minister, so that at least once I'm abreast with the full details of what his opinion or report was.
Never heard of it? Have you heard of that, Professor Frimpong Boateng's?
Oh, even at this table, you've made me hear of it. I mean, it's been flying around, but I've not had a full read of that. So I can't form an opinion and make a decision on that. So once I lay hands on that, and now it's becoming one document that I should. So I would make a full read of that, form an opinion about that, then put in my advice through my minister, and we'll be able to try and find a solution to this work in progress of Galamsey, limiting it. Yes. Thank you very much.
My good friend. Let me go to another question. Lands Commission. The simple process of just simply registering your land or your property is a nightmare. I can tell you so many nightmare stories of people who have just tried to go to get their property or land registered. And it's taking them over 3-4 years. Last week, my sister says that after 3 years, having been told to pay 10,000 Ghana cedi, he finally goes there and they say that the file is on the desk of another person who is gone on vacation. He will be back next month. I'm talking about 3 years later. Deputy Minister nominee. I mean, the nightmare story is a lot. Exactly what steps can you take working with your minister to bring some changes to the Lands Commission and ensure the process of land registration is transparent and easy for the people of Ghana?
Thank you, Chairman. Leader, sorry for the nightmare your sister may have gone through. But currently, I know the Lands Commission is embarking on some digitalization. Once you have hard copies of voluminous documents in respect of land, it becomes difficult making references to some of them. But once they've started with this digitalization process, you'll be able to sit at the comfort and make references to some of these documentations at a click. It is an ongoing process. Once we support them and make sure that this comes to a full fusion, I'm sure some of these administrative bottlenecks will be eliminated and these nightmares will be off. So I'll fully support my minister, the Lands Commission, a land valuation and registration title, so that this whole process of trying to streamline the registration process will be finalized, so that these nightmares that your sister went through, others will not experience it. Thank you.
I'm quoting the minister, your boss. And this is the minister at African Prosperity Dialogue on Thursday, 25th of January, 2024. And I quote him, "The colonial practice of digging and shipping should make way for addition of value to the minerals as it enhances the revenue generation capacity of the country, which will culminate in the transformation of our economy." Value addition. Can you give us your own view on how important adding value to the minerals we have is? Your own view on it.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, the name speaks for itself, adding value. Once we add value, we are able to rake in more. So it's important that we don't just send our raw materials in its raw state out, but put them in some sort of a finished product. That is why these lessons that we've learned will be able to guide and shape our future in whatever arrangements or contracts that we do have. Because it's important, once we are able to add value, we are able to retain more of what would have been the forest that goes out here, create more employment here, and also have avenue to so many of these byproducts of the output. And that would increase our economic development and the well-being of all the people. Thank you.
So, from your answer, lithium, the new product that we just discovered, which is on the ground, we know what the final product is. Batteries, isn't correct? So, let me ask you, why don't we have a conversation and say that going forward, we are tired of sending our raw materials out. If we can't find anybody who is coming to put up a factory and process the lithium into a battery in this country so that we can become the largest exporter of these batteries, leave it on the ground. Is it difficult? Do you support it?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, we have that opportunity because I know this agreement or contract to be brought before us. We can have our input in all of that upon our ratification. I'm sure we'll be able to do that. Thank you, Chairman.
So, you are supporting the statement I just made, that we start a movement right here. And I see a lot of members of parliament who are going to be with me, saying that, yes, we are in difficulty, we need money. But let's leave the lithium on the ground to find an investor who will come and add value in Ghana and produce the batteries. You are going to be one of them.
Chairman, I'm sure that can be done simultaneously. Once we are extracting, we should be able to also put up something to add value to finished product.
You are sounding like your minister has given you a brief. Because the last time I listened to him, oh, we will do that. That's the ultimate plan. Let's start the mining, and at some point, that's how we always start. It doesn't happen. So I'm saying that in the next minerals that we are going to find, can we, with working in parliament, say that there will be no more extraction of our minerals outside until we have really added value and set up the factories here and created the jobs we need? Will you support it?
Chairman, thank you. Once two minds are singing the same, I think there is telepathy. I believe that even the extraction of the minerals is also a sort of employment. The addition of a value to it through industrialization is also, we can put the two together. I know, leader, once it comes here, all our input, members on this table, our input to be very, very essential to finalizing that. At least we should be able to put ourselves together and have it both extracted and value added to finished product to it. Thank you.
Very curious about how our minerals, especially gold, after it has been extracted by these multinational companies, is sent out of the country. I have witnessed firsthand a mining company which is ready with the gold that has been processed, and a helicopter from South Africa has just landed. It's picked up. The people who are going in the helicopter, I saw all of them. None of them, they were all foreigners. They said they were going to Accra, but when they get to Accra, the processes will then take place. The precious minerals people will now assess everything. And I've always been worried about whether somebody is shortchanging Ghana in the process of sending the gold outside. That is why some of the reports we have will talk about the volumes of gold that we say we have sent out, yet the numbers that is recorded in different countries, in Dubai, for example, is like 3 times what we are recording. So there's always this custody problem that is shortchanging Ghana. I'm not sure that as Deputy Minister who has not gone to the ministry, you are familiar with the process. If you do, you can tell us. If you don't, will you take steps to work with your minister to make sure those processes are tightened so that Ghana is not shortchanged?
Thank you, Chairman. Your advice is well taken. I mean, I would help my minister take steps so that that unfortunate situation is reversed. Thank you.
No further question.
Very well. You see, usually when you're the last or the last but one to appear, people are tired. So for the first time, we're doing a little under 1 hour. This is good. So I am tired myself. So I'll leave it here. I wish you well. But remember, first and foremost, you are MP for Malaysia North. Never forget that. There will be huge challenges at the ministry. But if you forget your constituency, you will not come back. Yeah. So always remember, you're MP for Malaysia North. Wherever you go, have them in mind and come back to support what they're doing. Okay? Before I discharge you, let me acknowledge the big people you brought with you. His Excellency Bafwe Jebewa. Is he here? I didn't see him. Oh, all right. Echi, thank you for coming. Onhineba Ousukoko, two fast rampun hine. And now you're welcome. And now you came with your elders. All of you are welcome. Nana Kosa Batma, Dr. Hima, and all your elders. And now you're welcome. Lucy and Margaret Bewa, the mothers of the nominee. Mommies, you're welcome. Chairman Kwaku Opong, Malaysia North Constituency Chair. We met. Sharp. And all executive members who came, we thank you for coming to support your MP. You're all welcome. Fifi Mensa, Bantwa Constituency Chairman. Bantwa Constituency, Usimse. You're welcome. Kojo Ochrijima, wow, Tafu Constituency Chairman. Chairman, you're welcome. Anthony Amia Jemfi, Constituency Secretary. You're welcome. Ejebe Kunedu, the brother. Joseph K. Kunedu Esquire, also a brother. Dr. Boachiwa Kunedu, Senior Fellow, College of Physicians and Surgeons. You're welcome. Clement Opoku Jemfi Esquire. This year, Manse South. You're welcome. Electoral area coordinators and polling station executives, we thank you, all of you, for coming to support the nominee. Now you're discharged. You hear from us.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for your wise counsel. And Chairman,
yes.
Let me take this opportunity to personally also thank Nana Prajinsem, Chief of Asin Kushia. He's been here for the past 3 hours, seated in almost 3.
Nana Jinsem,
yes.
We acknowledged him earlier and he said he was waiting for you.
Yes, so I personally want to thank
Thank
Nana
you so much
for his kind support and counsel.
Right. We thank you so much, Nana, for coming to support my MP. We thank all of you. You are discharged for now. We have one more, then we are done. Hey.
Kindly administer the oath. I, Musa Abdulaziz Ayaba,
Swear by the Almighty God.
swear by the Almighty God
That the evidence I shall give before this committee,
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue, shall be the truth,
the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God. Honorable Abdulaziz Ayaba Musa, on behalf of the committee, I congratulate you on your nomination as the Deputy Minister. As you know, by Constitution, the fact of you being a member of Parliament is in itself a qualification to be a minister or a deputy minister. But we are interested in knowing what help you can give the minister. The president is nominating you to go and assist your minister. So kindly tell us how you will assist your minister and with what you will assist your minister. So start by telling us about yourself. Take us through your CV.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Musa Abdulaziz Ayaba. I'm the Member of Parliament for Mion constituency. I was born in Sang. I attended my basic education in Sang Primary School, then Sang Junior High. Then I proceeded to Yendi Senior High School, where I had my second cycle education. Then from there, I went to UDS, University for Development Studies, and I studied Integrated Development Studies. And I specialize in economics and entrepreneurship option. Then from there, I did my national service with health insurance. That's the Bunkpurgu district. Then I also taught for a year after my national service. Then after my service, I taught for a year. Then I joined local government service. I was there for, I think I was in my 9th year. That was somewhere 2019. That I decided to pursue my parliamentary ambition. And here I am today. And I'm a nominee for the Deputy Ministerial position for Fisheries and Aquaculture. And I'm here before the committee. Chairman, thank you.
All right. Colleagues, here you are. You want to start? Yes, please.
Congratulations, my brother. The Environmental Justice Foundation reports that IUU fishing accounts for up to 50% of fish caught in Ghanaian waters. The World Bank estimates that IUU fishing costs Ghana about $23.7 million annually. Unreported and unregulated fishing often utilizes destructive methods like dynamite or light fishing, causing significant harm to marine habitats. If you are given the nod, how are you going to help your minister curb this menace? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As indicated by Honorable Member, the fishing sector is challenged with IUU That's illegal, unreported, and unregulated activities. During my briefing at the ministries, I was made aware that there are certain measures the ministry is putting in place to curb these issues. And one of them is monitoring and surveillance system that the ministry, they are doing the piloting. And I'm sure by the end of the year, it will be implemented fully. And with regards to SECO, which has to do with the transshipment, I was told that it has been banned because it's also one of the activities of the illegal mining. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The UN Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, reports that over a third of global fish stocks are overfished. While the importance of monitoring, control, and surveillance is recognized, concerns persist regarding the effectiveness of current measures in preventing over-exploitation. If you are giving the nod again, how are you going to assist your minister stop this problem?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Overfishing or over-exploitation is a challenge. And the ministries have already put up some measures to ensure that they deal with these issues. During the briefing with the ministry, I was informed that the ministry has a moratorium. The moratorium means that they have now come out with a specific number of canoes that are supposed to operate, and this figure is pegged at 12,000 canoes, just so that they will be able to control the overfishing. And there are other measures the ministry is putting in place. So when given the opportunity, I will assist my minister to ensure that these measures are fully and successfully implemented. Thank you.
Well, with this display of knowledge in the fishing industry, I wish you all the best.
Yes. Committee members, you are from Committee of Agri. Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nominee, congratulations, Honorable Aziz. My question, a few months ago, VRA spilled excess water to safeguard the integrity of the Kosomo Dam. You know, this spillage caused damage to the farming communities in the area, that's the fisher folks. How are you going to collaborate with your minister to ensure that our fisher folks, the farmers for that matter, get their farms rebound for them? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During my briefing with the ministry, I was made aware that when the spillage happened, the ministry went to the site, did their inspection, and some relief items were given to the victims. And I was also told that the Minister of Finance had asked the ministry to come out with an estimate or a report on the situation, and such a report has been submitted to the Minister of Finance. So the ministry is currently waiting for the response from the Minister of Finance so that they will be able to assist the victims so that they will be able to recover from the damage that has happened to them. And the ministry is also taking measures to sensitize the people around the water bodies. Thank you.
My second question, your CV tells a lot about your work. You've been at the local government right after school. You worked for close to 9 years at the local government service. With your experience, with your work experience at local government, how are you going to support or collaborate with your minister to ensure that this assembly can be effective in terms of to accelerate MOFAD, that's Ministry for Fishing and Aquaculture Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have spent my 14 years in public service, mostly with the local government service, as indicated by the honorable member. And I know there are certain things the MMDAs can do to assist the ministry to achieve whatever objective they have set for themselves. If you look at most of the district assemblies, especially where we have majority of the indigenous being fisher folks, most of them in their medium-term development plan, these things are not taken care of. So what I will do if I'm given the chance, with my minister's approval, will ensure that all district assemblies have these things in their medium-term development plan. And we also ensure that they create market space or market facilities for fisher folks. Then what we can also advocate from the district assemblies is that they facilitate the development of the infrastructure that is needed. That is the landing beaches. The assemblies should be able to assist the ministry to ensure that they have a very conducive landing beaches site for the fisher folks. And also, I was talking about creating market space. It's not about creating the market facilities, but also ensuring that the rules or the rules that lead to the market spaces are well developed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My next question is in respect of the close season. You know, the close season is becoming a political ideology. How do you think it should be cancelled or it should be continued, and why? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Close season is a management style that the sector has instituted to ensure that we replenish our depleting stock. So to say, my opinion on this is that I wish the close season should continue, because this period gives the fish the opportunity to spawn. That is to give birth at least once in its life. So if we don't enjoy the close season, it means that fisher folks will be fishing fish together with fish who are pregnant, and that would not augur well for the sustainability of the sector. So I will request or I will wish that the close season continues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, so my last question.
Yes. Honorable Chair, thank you for the opportunity. And Honorable Nominee, I congratulate you on your nomination. I wish you good luck and hope that you go through this vetting. Just a quick comment on your CV. Mr. Chair, if you go to page 2 of 9, you see it may be a style, but I want to recommend that you consider adding the months to the years. You have 2022 to 2023, Master of Public Administration. You seem to have the same style on that whole page. Then on page 3, you don't seem to be consistent. Here I see 5th December, you are bringing the exact day and month and the year, and then the rest you don't follow is the same pattern. So if you could, Mr. Chair, you see, fortunately, he was my student. So I still have the rare liberty to be able to do these corrections. All right. So, Honorable Nominee, if Honorable Chair would allow, then he can bring the CV up to date. Having said that, I'm told by some of your friends that you have allergy for fish. And you also, Honorable Habib told me that you have allergy for fish. And you also come from Mion. When I heard your name as Minister Nominee for Fisheries, I was wondering, where is the coast? And what will this gentleman do to help Honorable Coomson? So tell us, what do you bring on board, particularly that your background is traditionally not from an area and disciplines that is connected with fish? I, however, acknowledge the answers you've given so far, which appears that you've done a lot of work in the industry. But given the background, tell us, your allergy to fish and also coming from Mion, how will you contribute to accelerating developments in that subsector? Thank you, Chair.
Chairman, thank you. The corrections done on the CV, Mr. Chair, is well noted. I'll take care of it. Then with the allegation that I'm allergic to fish, Mr. Chairman, I don't think I'll have to answer that one.
It's up to you. If it is true, it is important to us. Are you?
No, it's not true. I admire catfish a lot. Yes. Mr. Chair, with regards to the question whether looking at where I'm coming from, what I'm bringing on board, Mr. Chair, I think all the communities in Ghana here, in one way or the other, do fishing. Fishing doesn't necessarily happen only at the coastal areas, especially when you look at the statistics. During my briefing with the ministry, I was told that the marine sector, the inland sector are depleting, and the aquaculture, the production there is increasing. So it tells us that there is a lot of potentials at the aquaculture side. And I was reading a document, I think, before this nomination, and it was indicated that aquaculture do well in lands that are flat, because it makes it very easy for you to establish whatever pond or facility that you want to use to rear the fish. So it means that Miang, that's where I'm coming from, we do fishing. It may not be in huge commercial quantities, but we do fishing. And like I said, I like catfish. And a lot of investors have invested in catfish in my district, in my constituency. When you just move, I think, 20 kilometers from Tamale, then the 20 kilometers, you get to my constituency. The second village, that's Jimle, on your left-hand side, there is a catfish investment over there. So we are doing a lot of fishing. So like you asked, what I'll bring on board with the permission of my minister, I mean, we will need to give more concentration to the aquaculture, since science or data has indicated that it is the one that is showing more potentials. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, thank you for, an honorable nominee, thank you for your responses. I agree with you that aquaculture is the way to go. Honorable Chair, Honorable Chine is heckling me. Could you call him to order? There's a challenge here. The The ministry, Moffat, has a flagship program they call Aquaculture for Fish and Jobs. However, unlike the Planting for Food and Jobs that had some budgets, specific budget line was devoted to it, albeit misused as the data has shown over the period. And the fact that it was abandoned by the new minister, and now he's talking about a new Planting for Food and Jobs. The same equation applies in the aquaculture for fish and jobs. There is no budget line at all that is assigned to that initiative. However, your background and the response you gave in my earlier answer shows that there is a need for us to refocus a lot of attention on developing our own aquaculture establishments. From your background, what do you hope to bring on board to be able to support the ministry, accelerate the initiatives around aquaculture for food and jobs, especially that the government has abandoned that initiative and doesn't give a kobo to the ministry on that respect? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think there is a difference between the food and jobs under the agric and the aquaculture, the fish and the jobs under the Ministry of Fisheries. The one at the agric, that is a government flagship program. The one at the Ministry of Fisheries, that is the ministry's own special project that they are doing. So as and when they have money and they want to undertake such a program, then they can factor it in. And for the past years, they have done a lot in that sector. I think they've been able to train and equip and establish about 11 senior high schools with fishing ponds, then training colleges, prison camps, and some youth groups. They've been able to put them together, provided the impulse, and they are into business. So that's the difference. Maybe what I would urge is that maybe the next government can take that up to make it its own flagship program. Yes, when we handle... Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, my final question, Honorable Chair. The premix fuel subsector is a huge, is facing a lot of challenges of diversion. I'm sure you've heard that. Coming into the ministry, what ideas do you have to be able to fix that problem of diversion? This diversion has assumed a very alarming proportions, particularly in the last 7 years. And we've been thinking that some solution will be found to it, but it's been very bad. Do you have any ideas on what you are bringing on board to support your ministry solve this problem? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think the ministry, they already have programs that they are doing to ensure that the diversion or the discrepancies in the sale and distribution of the premix fuel is put to rest. I could remember vividly that during the State of the Nation address, the President mentioned that the ministry is currently doing what we call automation, and about 50 centers have been completed, and the rest are likely to finish before the end of the year. So with the automation system and the barcode that the canoes are now having, with the identification cards that each vessel or canoe is supposed to have, if all these things are well implemented by the ministry, the diversion will become something of the past. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Aziz, congratulations. The concerns a lot of people were raising was going through your CV, your community, your constituency were not anywhere around a river or a stream. But going through your CV, I found out that you've done Bachelor of Arts in Economics and Entrepreneurship. There's something that this government has instituted, closed season. And during the closed season, the ministry had a lot of, or do have a lot of issues with the fishermen and the fishmongers. What are we going to eat for the period that we close the sea, or putting ban on fishing? With your background of economics and entrepreneurship, what are you bringing on board to the ministry to support your minister to ensure that with entrepreneurship, the fisher folks will take alternative livelihood more seriously, but not as casual as they take that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think the honorable member has given us the solution already to the questions she asked. During close season, as she indicated, the fisher folks are not doing anything. And that's a challenge to them. So, Honorable, like you indicated, they just need to diversify. I mean, maybe there should be some kind of education or sensitization to our fisher folks that when they are harvesting and they are making the revenue, they need to also set up certain small businesses so that during that short period of the close season, they could have something doing. But what will also interest you to note is that during my briefing with the ministry, I was made aware that during the close season, the ministry will meet them halfway. That is by giving them certain food items so that they will be able to stay till they open the rivers again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Abdul Aziz, congratulations.
Chairman of Agri Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, I have two short questions for you. Two. Yes, we are all aware the main source of fish as protein is the sea. In recent times, the output from the fisher folk is dwindling seriously. And the reason, as others have adduced to, include overfishing and the IEU, the illegal, unreported, and the unregulated fishing practices. As a result, the government is embarking on a policy to develop the aquaculture sector of the ministry. With what is happening currently in the system with respect to illegal mining in most of the communities in Ghana here, what do you think you can do to support your minister to develop this particular culture, that's aquaculture, to augment whatever we're getting from the sea, which has already indicated a dwindling direction? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I have mentioned something of this sort, but what I would like to add, Mr. Speaker, is that the ministry has also opened what they call National Aquaculture Center and commercial farms. It's a training center. And during the briefing, I was made aware that about 48 students have been passed out and they have given certificate to these students, just so that we'll be able to do more when it comes to the aquaculture sector. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, my second question, yes, very short. Okay. The Premix fuel administration is faced with a lot of challenges, which include diversion, hoarding, and the associated danger. Do you think, as you have been briefed per your answers, I can see you've been briefed, do you think the automation project, which is currently underway in all London sites, will solve these problems? What can you also bring on board to support your minister in dealing with these problems? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the automation is the way to go. It's the future. Digitalization of our systems is the future. So I'll just assist my minister to ensure we have it fully implemented. Thank you.
You swore by the Quran, right?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I'm also fasting.
I was coming to that. That means you're fasting.
Yes.
I'll come to leadership.
Okay.
Yes, leadership.
Chairman, thank you. Honorable Aziz, congratulations. Before I start, you said you were a sports prefect. What sports were you doing yourself? And also, on your CV, I noticed you didn't indicate any hobby. Do you have any hobbies at all?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Leader, I'm a footballer. I was a footballer. And I was the captain of our team, both in school and the community team. And my community team was Manchester United. Yes, those days, yes, in Sang, yes. Those days, if I'm not available, they will have to call off all matches. Yes, so leader, my hobby is football, reading, and music. Thank you. Leader.
So, I said you were the captain, so what position were you playing?
I was a striker. 9.
Yes, I noticed you had some briefing from the ministry, and you did speak about the challenges in the Premix regime. In your opinion, do you think the problem we have in the Premix regime is purely political, or it's a problem of inadequate volumes availability?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think in my opinion, it is not only political. It also has to do with resources. Resources. If you look at what I mentioned with the automation system, if we have the infrastructure in place to ensure that the right things are done, I think it will be able to solve the problems. And also the finances. Timely release of recoveries will also help. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Just a follow-up on that, because many reports suggest hoarding diversion. In other words, the stock was available. It's because other people are not being patriotic by either buying more than they ought to buy and reselling it. So I think you should look at that. The last question is about this. We do know that part of the reason our marine stock is dwindling is because of overfishing. And if you notice, we've asked the minister, your boss, to be, many times what steps she's taking to prevent the overfishing. And her answer has always been that, in fact, we asked her a direct question, if she's aware that many Ghanaians don't have the ability to own the vessels, the trawlers that are doing the wholesale sweeping of our seabed and basically destroying everything. And whether the licensing regime could be used to do that. In her answer, she gave the impression that nobody gives licenses to people to do what they are doing. And indeed, it's Ghanaians that get the licenses to do the sustainable fishing. But somehow, those licenses end up with the Chinese on the sea, and they use the Ghanaian licenses to do the illegal fishing, which hurts all of us. What will you do in support of your ministry and the government to ensure that our fish stock, which is our reserve of natural resource, remain within our control so that we can continue to have our fisher folks engage in gainful employment and provide protein source through fish?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Leader, I think somebody asked a question with regards to fishing, and I mentioned the moratorium that the ministry is doing, pegging the canoes to about 12,000 pieces. Then, with regards to what you mentioned, Ghanaians not be able to acquire licenses, I think when I get to the ministries, I will look into those issues. But what I would also like to add is that I was made aware that the ministry wants to have a one-stop point when it comes to acquisition of the license, so that any applicant who wants to acquire a license will not go through the bureaucracy that they are currently going through. Thank you.
Chairman, I'm grateful, and we wish our colleague the very best in his new role.
Very well. Honorable Musa Abdul Aziz Ayaw, congratulations on your nomination. You are a member of the Ghana delegation to the ECOWAS Parliament. So let me start from there.
Yes, leader.
Wonderful.
I was.
So let's talk about ECOWAS in a bit.
Okay, leader.
The ECOWAS, as an institution, the organization, made a strong decision when this pattern of coup d'etat started. Niger, Guinea, Mali, they were very strong on their position that they should return their countries to constitutional rule. It looks like today we have a divided front in this very solid position. Nigeria has just called for those sanctions to be taken out. And it seems that ECOWAS as an institution is at a crossroads. Can you advise, in your own opinion, based on your experience in ECOWAS, what you think that should be done to ensure that ECOWAS is respected and is consistent in its decisions? Because some of the division is as a result of inconsistencies with the positions that ECOWAS has taken in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Leader, I was a member of the ECOWAS delegation, but I'm no more. I think when the announcement came, the House couldn't wait for my approval. So, so the name was taken off.
Thanks for the correction, but at least you've been there and you have a lot of experience.
Yes, yes.
So you can answer the question.
Yes. What I would say about the situation is that the sub-region, there is a challenge. But there were structures in place even before I joined ECOWAS. There's a charter of democracy that ECOWAS or ECOWAS state countries have signed onto. Violation of this charter mostly is a problem in the sub-region. Because if you look at all the countries where we have these issues, there were some constitutional amendments or changes with regards to the term of office of their presidents that led to all these crises. So, Mr. Chairman, what I will appeal is that all ECOWAS states, or all the countries in the community must go by the Charter of the Democracy. We must stick to whatever our Constitution is saying. When your term of office is over, you just need to hand over peacefully so that development and peace will continue. So, Leader, the decision was not even a Nigerian decision. I think the head of states, that's the commission, met, and the president for Nigeria made that appeal that those sanctions must be taken off so that those countries can come back. So they have made an appeal to them to come back. So there's that diplomatic engagement to get them back to ECOWAS. Thank you so much, Chairman.
So, thank you. I'll take you back to the VRA spillage and the disaster that happened, that affected a lot of communities, including fishing communities. President of the Republic of Ghana visited them, and this is what he said, and I quote, "I came here because Ghanaians are having difficulties and are suffering, and it is my responsibility to try and help, because it is a question of counting on, if it is a question of counting who votes for me and who doesn't vote for me, then I shouldn't be here, because you don't vote for me. But that is not my concern. And in any event, one day you vote for me and my party." This is the #1 cheerleader of a country. The man that when you are down, he's supposed to cheer you up. In the time of crisis, where people were struggling, this is the president's quote. Do you think the president's statement on that particular day was really necessary?
No, we are not required to answer that question. The question is not admitted. Can we ask another question?
He has not said anything. He said he can. So ask him whether he can answer or not.
I am not admitting the question, so kindly ask another question.
Okay, Honorable, in your candid opinion, tell us in specific details exactly what you think government intervention, and now I'm not talking about VRA, I'm not talking about private sector intervention, the specific government interventions for the communities that have been affected. In your view, if you think that this has been really helpful in helping the recovery, in the recovery of these people? If you can tell us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Leader, I think when it comes to disaster management, especially what recently happened, we can all attest to the fact that the victims, or what I have seen, the victims have received a lot of support. So when it comes to disaster management, it doesn't necessarily have to be government. It could be NGOs, individuals, philanthropists, or from any quarters. So thank you so much.
Thank you, my brother. The sargassum seaweed is really a menace to fishing communities. Tell us the measures that have been put in place by your ministry, if you know them, to address this sargassum seaweed that has really caused so much damage to communities along the coast.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Leader, actually, that's too technical. I think during the briefing, we didn't get to that point. So I'm certain when you give me the approval, when I get to the ministries, I will study it, and whatever recommendations that I'm supposed to make, I will do that.
I like your honesty, but let me help. You know, the sargassum, it reduced their fish catch by getting tangled in nets, breaking nets and filling nets, clogging outboard motors, getting tangled in nets, breaking nets, and a lot of damage. And also the smell along the coast is terrible. It reduces the catch completely. And there has been a lot of study. I'm sure when you go to the ministry, you will learn more. So you come back and brief us. All the best.
Honorable, I understand your circumstance now, so I will not make your situation worse. I'll leave it here. But Deputy Whip wants to greet a large number of chiefs that came to support you. I'll give him the chance, and then.
Thank you, Chair. And Honorable Aziz, congratulations. Intaha ben sha'adan nan wama dana jin nan kamyang kabukupigi MP Gole ECOWAS Member of Parliament International MP in Lambala. The Nabana Kabalanzongo in League Deputy Minister. Intaha dana jin nan myang namzo songbala. Kankubar nam puhe na shabambian ma bankana ma zaha. Definitely, it will be translated and hands that way. Oh, I will definitely translate it.
Note them and go ahead.
Those are Tizahaz Songbala. Anya, the northern Muslim caucus, both sides. Bazaha Bikyongo, never supported as Song Shalanyama. Ka constituency man, table never saw no paragraph because Ben Sharon Nongoma, the Najan Chairman to wait. Chairman, to wait, what I'm just saying is that I'm congratulating our colleague, Honorable Aziz Ayaba, for his victory.
Thank you. Let me do the rest.
Yeah, it's victory. You don't know that. To be appointed is a victory. A lot of people want. Yes.
Okay, so Honorable Aziz, I have a list of dignitaries who came to support you. I acknowledge them before I discharge you. I have the Paramount Chief of Sang Tradition Area, Na Mohammed Yakubu. Na, you're welcome. The Paramount Chief of Dua Tradition Area, Na Bawa Mohammed. You're welcome. Paramount Chief of Saling Bang Tradition Area, Na Isa Al-Hassan. You're welcome. The Chief Imam of Sang, Mulana Sheikh Al-Hajj Ishahuku Al-Hassan. You're welcome. The Mion Kokomba Chief, Chief Jagri Mpwana. You're welcome. Mion Naimi, Sheikh Ishahu Fatog. Naili. Naimi. Thank you. You're welcome. Chief Sheikh Ishahugu Fatog, okay. The Paramount Chief of Zakpalsi representative. The Honorable DC Fomion. You're welcome, DC. Honorable Kwesi Samuel Kwesi Mahama. The Paramount Chief of Sakpe, your representative is here. You're welcome. All the regional executives from the Northern region who came to support him, you're welcome. The MPP Constituency Chairman Executives from Young, you're welcome. The Director Area Coordinators and others who came, you are all welcome. Representatives of all paramount chiefs and sub-paramount chiefs, you're welcome. Women leaders, the wife of the nominee, Hakma Al-Hassan. Where's the first lady? Hikma. All right, you're welcome. Guests from the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture. That's none of your business. If you're courageous, take 3, you. And then all other guests here present, you're welcome. The ECOWAS Parliament delegation led by Honorable Samsiahi, who are here, you're welcome. The Finance Minister is here. He came here as an honorable member, not to support anybody. Am I right? He came to support it. We will take note of those the Finance Minister support. We will take note of that. Thank you. So, who? Yes, officers of the ministry, I mentioned that. We thank you all for coming to support the nominee. Thank you. Honorable, you are now discharged. You hear from us. Colleagues, tomorrow we have 2 more. We will start at 10. You have a caucus meeting at 9. All right. Let's announce 10. We'll wait for you to come. So tomorrow we have 2 more that we'll deal with. We thank all of you for coming to support the nominee. And committee members, thank you for enduring these long, long days. Thank you. Yes.